Test 1 2. Test 1 2.
Darling, don't be afraid. I have loved you Paul and Sasha, come sing for them, baby.
Les sormamai a 8:15 nge sibu utir ir oloke tabo buere tolong nga sa tutun. Buenos dias todos santos. Tafanangay estudanti. Está aquí man matu. No, we'll wait for the students to come before we start our program. And we'll be starting with a prayer and the anthem. Thank you.
For generations, this peaceful island has been home to our family. But beyond our reef, a great danger is coming. Legend tells of a
I ngā rangatira I ngā iwi, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou katoa. This speech is a token of my deep love and respect for Koro Apirana, my grandfather. My name is Pakia Apirana.
Tō mana ki runga ia.
In this world, it's hard to tell the shadow from the light. What is real can find a way to hide behind the lies. Don't be fooled. 'Cause your wrong will always be revealed.
Good morning again, everybody. Just a couple of announcements. On the name, we're still waiting for more students, but on the back of your name tag is a number, and that's the table you should sit at. The committee is mixing schools and mixing community members. So once you take your final seat, make sure it's at the table number on the back of your badge. I guess I'm supposed to stand because I don't have a number. Also, we are live on YouTube via NMC. So if you would like to invite family members who are not here, friends, co-workers, as long as your boss is okay with it, please go to YouTube and look for NMC Live TV. And then you can wave at them. NMC Live TV. Our conference will be live streaming today. Thank you.
Dispensaun ratu mentras tanananga I tinatun I palusia magi gwinigi para init nonta. Langnusvan izun mizun no TPL inafamaulik na lalai chant. Can you take out the inafamaulik TPL and we'll practice just a little bit, no? Zata sagyun ratu sa gwabenti man tangsun, gwaman baritone, gwaman bass, mega bass. Malazata practice. Thank you, Mr. Limis. The two limises to practice us with the inafamaulik and the TPL. That's part of the opening ceremonies. Pangontaza tagiang gimpem fang karaoke gi Joe's Bar and Grill. Padi Chambre. Okay. Give the microphone. Angat niya. Okay, take out your copy of the chant, lalai, and sibo practice. Sibo kala fai silye mi. Wakel. Okay. We're not on YouTube, are we?
Everybody ready? You got your
Walisto.
copies? At Real and get tipiye wiye ayite hebwele asarama menge mengi repahili washabut men me walo lihetaloge shalal maria anasti pie otori mela aloge shalal maria anasti pie otori mela inafamale que está tu motogi para ufaninina hinasoni tautanu famalawan lalahitan famaguon todoi tautamaria sinafamo lek todoi tiempo todoi tautamaria sinafamo lek todoi tiempo tipiel wiye aite hebwele asaramar menge mengi repahili wash rabut men me walonihet alonget shalal marianas tipie otori mela alonget shalal marianas tipie otori mela inafamole que está tu motogi para ufaninina hinasoni tautanu famalawan lalahitan famaguon todoi tautamaria sinafamolek todoi tiempo todoi tautamaria sinafamolek todoi tiempo.
All right. You know, I didn't hear the 3/4 of the whole. So let's just play the instrument and let the audience practice. Can we do that? Ready?
Red, real,
Catch. Okay.
Sibu tir shal kagman hai. Balyo eyor numero relium name tag. Ila masala ye umoti ye. Abo. Me wala I live rela YouTube, NMC live TV. Abo. See, he's learning Carolinian. NMC live TV, wa textlir shal familia gangye wherever aurur rela YouTube. Maline era we ilashak meta bu textli. Esar beta mas we bu songutuk. Kiliso
Hadzi taza izonyan no kopian I lalai. Okay, and I'll pass it around. Eba ayor tesa after. Okay, baliyo. Yo yel, ngaresikha kopya ubo share. Ubo share. Baliyo. Kopya iyo Wah, okay. Ajo tu taza kopyanya. Aksa no mengamaksa patah semua ada akan mo. Iyo azi? Okay. By the ways, ti patas adding. Osti magi, malang gato. Okay. Pago ti tafan fino English pat afan na lingwahe. Tafan fino ilata. Tafan fino Chamorro. Pat sebut tilap refaluas. Abo? Emal sebu feri laisin? Sinya tasogi te guano? Sinya man fino Chamorro. Tudu dia? Okay. Okay, mentras tanananga I mangatsung ifa estudiante siya ginin kagman malaza malaguzo bay faisin unos kwanto na famaguun estudiante. Hafa na mangaygi gwini.
Fair will fair I don't know yeah will sell. Cause they called us here.
Okay. Bago na haani mangaygi gwini sa Cultural Heritage Month Symposium, no? Hafa malagumizu para in exact bago na haani. Okay? What do you want to learn today? What do you want to leave with today? Well, we haven't started.
Food. We want to live with food, John.
Usually when we travel, right, for conferences, they asked us why we're here. It's because of the per diem. But today, there's no per diem. So, yaudin, na klaro I hafa pagun sasangan sa na maguf sa na banidoso. Nagang.
English is okay. Oh, you speak tomorrow? Sorry, English is not okay.
Pudi lingua hita zani kuturata. Okay. Ma'am, Zagu, why are you here today? Or what do you want to leave with today?
I want to learn more about my culture. I want to learn more about my culture.
The same thing she said. Zanogo.
Balashay.
How about you? What do you want to learn today?
Okay. Mr. Conception. Matututo para ofisinan turista. No? Hafan no lojiji undiseseha para utakumpli gestina init nun cultural symposium para ta ajudaji industrian turista.
Sizus Masijan. Cultural tourism is a very important part of our marketing efforts overseas, and we're going to continue on promoting our cultures, indigenous cultures, the Chamorros and the Carolinian culture, to our visitors abroad, so that when they come here, they have a great experience. And so everybody here at this conference, thank you for joining. And we want to encourage you to continue on practicing our cultural beliefs and traditions, and so that when our visitors come here, they are more excited to get a taste of life here in the CNMI.
Malata na pagpaki si isti siya man pago mga kwentos. Inhingo ka klaro zan fakto sin hafa na dinida. Necessita, necessário, conveni zan obligao na uta fatta ikuturata tana famta ilingua hita ta praktika tana sedbi. Hiti para hita ha lokululonya zangin para uta fakta huzung igi no mizonis na turista ni man mafatu magi gwinigita nota. Ti man mafatu itauto magi para umakano imismo na niha. Ti man mafatu magi tauto para umalii ibailan niha. Man mafatu put para umatsagi, umatanya ining kanota, ikuturata, irasata, ihaji hit naman yauto, ikustumri. Po matagi zan poro matanya ikelagwin manok, no zangin ihiro gatu gizagwa manok, zangin ihiro ulupagan manok, no po matagi tsagi ikelagwin binado, no zan po matagi pikan doni tinian, no Mrs. Singh. Fityo, sing fityo. How's your true? Okay, Kagman High School are here? También, sa mo nalalalusay nahu. Kung dispeto zan saludo, in azuzuushaw po todo lokwi finapus. Linalok mo ni tituji ang mga isinya para ta na God bully na itaw-taw ta this di na tempos ta pago. Za masisay na sa gagaygawa za no antataw ihinasom mo za brarabo no iyadeng mo. No hafa lojiji akunsehu malagwo kotlaw nai tengwangi I famaguunta ni manggay gi pago guni.
Dangkluna si Zuma John. I kultura na mampus onsu. Ti izwa iti I parta pambaila tanto ining kanulokwi maulum gi kulturata. Yo pago na tempo ni man bisisita megge ginin sanizung siya. No dangkulu ni sinya parta presenta alfa gwinahata kusumbetta paimano ni parta resibi siya itauto ni tanafan maulikit tafan unistu. Dan lokwi sempre ta fanunu siya alfa na lengkanu ta fatitinas para hita dan para itauto lokwi siya gininizong ni para magradisi. Dan pumalu siya na klasin kultura ginin bailas siya gi diferentes klasin kinalamting gi famagonta. Adzumina amduni man hominis importante ni natan alfa maseseri paugo sa megin natin laika bonito mona atana istina symposium paugo ni para inli na gininisti na symposium ni ababa para hamzo ni manhobinis tijwa para embabay jun medyo laptop no por fantex para alfa importante ni li alfa masusesedi paugo antes na tempo no ti meggay kinalamtin sa manggaygi siya itauto gi unliga timig na tauto siya lo paugo diferentes klasin tauto manggaygi gitanota adzumina debi ni hita lo kini tauto tanu ta sedba muna ta tutun muna kinalamtin kulturata ja atan istisya naman magas siya infafana gimanan edukasyon gi eskwela tatigi dan in exact hafa maulik na eksperyensya para intingo eno mas para bay sangoni amzo ni man hobinis si Diyos masi
Tala tatapakpaki isainata si Senyor as tunben na puti santos intingwa hazizu na prohimuno. You all know who that individual is? Who does not know who that individual is? I'm going to be honest, I'm not going to test you. Who does not know the individual that just eloquently spoke in our vernacular? Okay, for those of you who are not familiar, and as a person who was privileged to have worked with him, the Constitutional Convention delegate, he is one of our founders. You know what it means to be a founder of our government? He wrote the covenant. He participated in signing the covenant. He was the vice chairman, second in command, in the Marianas Political Status Commission that created and negotiated for the covenant to establish a self-government Commonwealth of the Northern Marianas in political union with the United States. That was in 1974. I was only years old. Pues maila tanak pagpaki si Tunben Naputi Santos, who continues to live the dream. He founded the government, and he is actually one of the few surviving founders. There were a total of about 15, and only 5 are now surviving. 5, him, Mwareeti Pangilinan in the States, who is the chairman, and Pete A. and Scott Rasa.
Olamai, Senor Santos, and at this time, Subtutun, we're going to begin, and we'd like to ask everybody to stand. Oaite, Sibul Malete, John, Iyo Malete.
Please stand as I just go ahead and quickly introduce the esteemed individual who will be opening up and also giving us prayerful blessings. Can we please welcome Father Arthur Legger, Jesuit Society of Jesus, who is from the South Pacific, a fellow Pacificana, and a citizen of the Fiji Islands, Binaka. He went to university at the USP, which is obviously a premier university in the South Pacific in Fiji, considered the cultural and metropolitan and trade and political center of the Pacific. And I'll explain that later. He went to university there and he did his graduate studies in the States as a Jesuit, a priest, obviously. And then he eventually obtained his MA in Education Administration, in Christianity, and in Divinity. So there's 3 graduate degrees. He also attended a licentiate in Sacred Philosophy and then completed his PhD subsequent to that at Gonzaga University, which was an hour away from my former university myself. Beautiful place, in Spokane, Washington. And then he started his long career as an educator from 75 through 94, just a few decades for that, as a classroom teacher, and then obviously ending up as a principal in Catholic schools in Fiji. Ladies and gentlemen, he's traveled the world, he's traveled the Pacific, he calls home, and here in one of his other homes to give us prayerful blessings, please, malatana pakpaki, and to welcome si Father Arthur Legger, Society of Jesus Jesuit.
Al takalasong, al tawala yami parang. Abo?
In the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit, God of life, God of culture, God of peoples, we ask you to send your Spirit upon us as we reflect on who we are in a particular context, in a particular time, in a particular situation. It is only you who determines who we are. And we ask you to enlighten us, give us insights into ourselves, into our communities, and especially into who we are as human beings. We also ask the blessings of the ancestors, those who have gone before us, who we believe are looking down upon us and helping us to become more and more human. We ask all these prayers in Jesus' name. Amen. Father, Son, and Holy Spirit.
Hilisau Pali, thank you, Father. Ihila sipfangite Uncle Joe Limis, pues sibu kantali yash anthem.
Italuga
Malapag sa tawagang ulo estudyante ginin estudyante zan segi prinimeti zan akapal. Just step forward. Oh, where you are. Okay. Listo? Hatsa hugwa tulo. Prinimeti.
Todo ihinyasi nyahu para bayu pertehi zan defendi ihinengi kultura lenguahi airi hanum zanitanu ni reshoku diretsu girinasu stata para todo ina shonta moru pagu zan para todo i tempo.
Akapal, yakapal alafal haleral marianas boy bufere angang nolbongi boy butepingi meluhe yas luhulu kos kapas yang shal mefaliu boy kar meli sengi samas luheleng elir masamasar dapat huluas sihila mematlam.
Si Zeus Masi, malata na pagpakito di estudyante. Hilisaw tumag meremi.
Balhiling min la, thank you. Olamoy. Ihila si Fangite Yash Kumite Chair Mwareeti Peter. Wes va tutuna Yash programa.
Tess, sit down, please. Ikutura para begay gini papa. Tidebi na ipalaan pero tatkilonya ki lalahi, especialmente zangin guaha primus na of course lalahi. I cannot be standing up there while I have male cousins sitting down, on the lower area. Sumalibit kiwe lang we esto bushmal mangyas ermatfal ngisab tete ngait kiwe lang nga kalmalilitu remi. Sa Mwareeti Ghiisch Iyo. Repeat please. Sa Mwareeti Ghiisch Iyo. Come on, let's show that we are proud about who we are. Sa Mwareeti Ghiisch Iyo. Ta Silelebra Man Hayi Hit. Celebrating who we are. Let's mean it, please. Celebrating who we are. Thank you. And I really hope that that is why we're all here this morning. Good morning, Tiro Faijo. Buenos dias. I am very thankful to the committee for the month of the cultural heritage, which is September, proclaimed by the governor, that had asked me to put together today, and I ask for tomorrow as well, provided that I bring in our keynote speaker tomorrow, Dr. Samuel Batansis and his wife, Dr. Laura Sauder. Please stand. Because you're the one who made this day possible for bringing you. Thank you, thank you. I know we are running late, but nothing is ever late if and when we wait for people that are to be affected tomorrow. That is why we are here, to address issues, to pave the way for them, and to live comfortably. Welcome, welcome everyone. This is an historical event. Why? Because the two indigenous people of the land are together. Please give ourselves a round of applause. And this is how CNMI must continue to work together until death. We can never be successful if we are to be crabbing. You see someone get up there, pull them back because it's not you. We must leave the song. If you understand what we just sang, the CNMI anthem, as well as the TPO, which is the theme for this month, we should make it every day, the theme of our life. And we will live easier, more comfortable, looking at each other as two indigenous people of the land. Indigenous people, we can have 3, 4, 5, 6, 10 indigenous people, not just one. There is nowhere in the dictionary that said indigenous people must be just one. So let's give ourselves again a big round of applause for being the indigenous people of the CNMI. Please let us take note of today and tomorrow. This is a historical event which we want the government and the CNMI people to consider holding it together in the next 2 years, to bring people in to talk about issues and see how we can address it. And leave the song that we sing, to stay together and work together to prepare for the new generation tomorrow. And this is why we're here. And we thank public school system for responding and supporting the request of the committee, the subcommittee for this event, to allow the high school students to be here, because we're going to be working for them, so we need to hear them. And with that, I would like to ask Manny Borja, who is one of the committee members, to please stand. Joe Limis, Dr. Liz Rehebe is not here, and Mr. Zese Lamito. This is Anne Maria Agun. Thank you. It's not just the chair that made this possible. It's all the minds working together and coming to come with a result of getting these students here. So it's not only welcoming you, I would like to also acknowledge the people that made today and tomorrow possible. Of course, the governor's office, the Canadian Affairs Office, Indigenous Office, the Rafalwash Association, NMC. NMC, please give a big round of applause for NMC. They are here, and we have them as facilitators and everything else. All the off-island guests, Father Eric, Father Arthur, Father Ken is here with us, and of course, Dr. Betances and Dr. Sauder, the people from Tinian and Rhoda, and I'm a nun, because I invited 2 priests, so I'm getting a new title of a nun. So thank you for finding time to be with us during this very historical event, especially for these young people. And I want to acknowledge one individual that is doing multitasking. I would like someone to please call Diana from the outside. Diana Kamatsu. She is the director of Azuda Network. She leaves her name. I really would like to ask that we give her a big round of applause, because she is the one that is, making me stand here, because she Thank you. Everything is going the way it is, and I am standing here in front of you because she is my right hand, my brain, my everything. Whenever I go, I need something, she leaves her name, Azuda, help. And I would like if there's any government agencies here, governor's office, to please, legislators, if and when Azuda Network asks for money, give what she asks for, because this is what she does. Thank you. I think that's it. Thank you, students. Make sure you take notes, because during lunch you're going to be eating and working together, discussing what you hear, and what you're going to be hearing today and tomorrow are very, very critical for you tomorrow, meaning your future. Thank you and welcome.
Olamai Auntie Malu, balangang mo, yabta kimi hilal. I don't want to stand over there either, so I'm very glad she said I'm supposed to stand down here because I'm very nervous. But I would like to introduce our keynote speaker. We have guests today who have come from very far away, and I think maybe he's come the farthest. Originally from Fiji, and you already heard his bio. Now, I believe, from living in the Philippines. Father Arthur Leger, Jesuit priest. Please welcome him.
In the mode of this conference, let me greet you in Fijian, Bula Vinaka. Bula in Fiji means life. When we say Bula to you, basically I'm saying, I give you life and you give me life. And so for me, this morning and tomorrow, it's all about life. That's what we're here about, life. Be it culture, be it school, be it politics, it's all about life. Of course, religion is about life. Secondly, the second L, which I think that will frame my talk, is learning. Today, and in part of the indigenous consciousness, I call it holistic learning. We're not about just IQ. We're about IQ, EQ, CQ, MQ, all these Qs, intelligence, emotion, cultural context, and the MIQ is moral. We're not all about just knowledge. Today, hopefully, and tomorrow, we will get all the faculties of our being and combine it together. We started this morning with song. It's a different intelligence, but we never really sort of say, is that an intelligence? Yes. It's a combination of all those 5 intelligences, which they call holistic learning. And the third is the L that I'd like us to frame, which people don't want to talk about in these kinds of stuff, and that's love. Your song that you sang, it's from the heart, and that I'm going to end today, that ultimately leadership or indigenous leadership, be it skills, be it behaviors, be it context, ultimately, if we want to become leaders, we need to know how to love. If that's not there, then everything is in vain. It becomes, like today and tomorrow, an academic exercise. But ultimately, for me, the outcome of this is to love myself first, to love the community that I belong to love the culture, be it mixed up, like me. I'm a mixed up cultural person. My name is French, my first name is English, my mom is from Kiribati, my dad is from Tonga, my dad's dad is from Canada, and so I'm there. But I'm proud of being mixed. In Papua New Guinea, they call me half-breed. And it's okay. It's okay with me to be half-breed. But I'm proud that this is it. I love me as me. And I know many of us, this is the tension that we all face. Can I be Chamorro? Can I be Carolinian? Can I be American? Yes. We can all be that, but we need to love our being. So those 3 L's, I'd like us to frame the talk that I will be giving. My talk is Indigenous Leadership Today, a Myth. Indigenous Leadership Today, a Myth. And so I'll just start my PowerPoints. It's PowerPoints. And for those people who are not students, my first direction from Mother Superior was, you're going to have students. So my presentation is geared towards you students. And as you know, I've been a principal and I've been a teacher for 30 years. So those, I'm going to like teach more than lecture. There's a difference there. And so my PowerPoint and my talk is really geared to you, but also for the rest of us. Technology. Okay. So that's the topic. I'm going to try and share some reflections. I have to tell you a secret. This woman has exposed me. I wrote my dissertation many years ago on this topic, indigenous leadership, but then I went into depression. I had all this knowledge about indigenous leadership of the world. But then, when I got back from Spokane, I just became silent. The reason is, it's been very difficult for me to talk about this topic because there's so many facets and certain things keep on. So, this is going to be my first exposure on this particular topic. So, it's part of what I have studied for the last 15 years. This is part of my experience living in different parts of the world. But just hold on to this, just a myth. I'm not saying that indigenous leadership is bad or good. You will judge after that. Within the frame of this talk, if you want a movie that gives you the challenges of indigenous leadership, watch Whale Rider. Whale Rider is a movie from New Zealand in 2002 about a young girl who becomes the chief of the clan. And the grandfather cannot accept that the spirits or the gods have destined this girl to become the chief. And she takes on the title of Whale Rider. It's a great movie. If you watch it, you will get all the facets of indigenous leadership and the difficulties that we face today when we talk about leadership. I'll just play this clip for a moment so that just you can. The sea first in our indigenous context. This is the grandfather and Pakia. The one in the middle is the father. Here she breaks the taboo. A female never, ever touches that rope. There she's touching the whale's teeth. Here, she talks to her father about leadership, and the father gives her an explanation of what is leadership in New Zealand. Here, the hongi giving life to each other through the nose. I'm going to give you another clip, which is the movie that will come out in Thanksgiving. It's called Moana. Walt Disney, again, watch it when it comes out. Excellent depictions on the contradictions that we have in indigenous leadership. Again, Moana takes over from the demigod Maui. And it is she who conquers evil with the help of this God. But when it comes out, I'd like you to have a look at it and just see again. And this is the ad.
For generations, this peaceful island has been home to our family. But beyond our reef, a great danger is coming. Legend tells of a hero who will journey to find the demigod Maui. And together, they will save us all.
Maui!
A boat! A boat!
Maui, shapeshifter, demigod of the wind and sea. I am
Hero of men.
What?
It's actually Maui, shapeshifter, demigod of the wind and sea, hero of men. I interrupted from the top. Hero of men. Go. I'm not going on a mission with some little girl.
This is my canoe, and you will journey to different.
Did not see that coming.
The ocean is a friend of mine.
First, we've got to go through a whole ocean of bad. Kakamora.
Kako, what? They're kinda cute.
Moana! I got your back. It's Maui time! Really? Blow dart in my butt cheek.
We're going to the realm of monsters.
Don't worry, it's a lot farther down than it looks.
Okay, those are two myths, but those myths can teach us about leadership. First, let me just try and define some terms. What is indigenous leadership? It's the action of leading 370 million people who self-identify. In this talk, I'm not talking about leaders. I'm talking about leadership, which is different. Leadership is the collective action of leading a group. And from that group, we may emerge a leader. But all of us are involved in leadership. And all of us are involved in forming people in leadership. The second key word there is self-identify. I will explain that. But if a person says, I'm indigenous, according to the UN, the ILO, the International Working Document on Indigenous People, crucial amongst everything is the person must identify with that particular group. And this is going to be, it causes problems, but that's first. And then I go through some of the features that people who study indigenous peoples talk out. They are determined to preserve, develop, and transmit to future generations their ancestral territories and their unique ethnic identity. So this is one definition, that this group, whether you're Chamorro, whether you're Carolinian, whether you're Indian, whether you're African, this is a determinant that you want to preserve and develop and transmit. And that's what we're trying to do today. As a group, we have a cluster, and this is what we are trying to do. Second, occupation of ancestral lands, and I put seas. In the United Nations documents, or many of the documents on indigenous, they don't put seas. But for us in the islands, if you don't put seas, it doesn't make sense. As a Tongan anthropologist says, Oceania is a sea of islands. It's a different thing, so it's a sea. So we connect with the occupation. Secondly, common ancestry with the original occupants of the lands. So there is a common ancestry, and this is, we go back and say, okay, these were our ancestors. Next one, Kobo. This definition still is used a lot today. There were two main architects of this declaration of indigenous right. One was Martinez Kobo, and the other one was a woman, Deis. But you can read that up. But I want to use Kobo's definition, that indigenous people do sort of focus on culture and the religion, although we as Catholics don't want to say that they are indigenous religions. That's another conversation. But indigenous peoples have their religion in the broad sense. A tribal system, a sense of community, dress, means of livelihood, music, lifestyle. So culture is sort of part of the indigenous mindset, in the indigenous consciousness. And last, which is very crucial, which people have fought over, and that is language. Whether used as the only language, as the mother tongue, as the habitual means of communication at home, and in the family, as the main preferred habitual, general, and normal language. This is crucial, and as we began this day, the language was spoken was local. And we know from studying other cultures, if you want your culture to survive, learn the language, period. If you don't learn the language, because those people who study linguistics said embedded in the language are all the nuances of the culture, of the custom, of the religion. And those nuances we need to know. And many of the younger generation do not know those nuances. They can literally speak or conversationally speak. But if you say, okay, look at that dance, and what is that music and those words mean to you? Many of us will say, that's what it is, come in with the food and everything. But there are nuances. And in some cultures, they have what they call the secret. For those people from Chuk, and particularly from the Mortlocks, which I spent quite a few times, there was the normal language and there was the secret language. And the secret language, only a few people knew what it was. And it's sad because that secrecy of the language has been associated with witchcraft. And so that has died, and me, and priests like me, we say, don't use that language because it's with those spirits in the coconut trees. But we need to sort of look at that. But we're going to talk about it later in the day. So this is leadership. Now, there's two perspectives on myth, a negative perspective and a positive perspective. And for many people, when you talk about indigenous leaders or indigenous leadership, people are cynical. Who? Those chiefs. They don't know anything. Those traditional chiefs, corrupt. Those traditional chiefs from there, they steal the money. They only think of their family, not us. So we have this perspective that the cynicism or the criticism of traditional leaders is true. More so from the younger people, and says, who's our chief? That one there. But he drinks. He has another 2 wives. What's that about? So many people all over the world, as soon as you say traditional leadership, they have a negative perspective. Because secondly, many of the traditional leaders have refused to change and think they are God-given gift and they can't change. We'll come to that. But this is the myth. The first, a myth. A traditional tale, generally accepted belief, unsubstantiated by facts. So when we talk about myth, the myth of the whale rider, the myth of Maui, people who are in the empirical world or the rational world say, there's no fact to that. That's just made up. It's just a story made up. So there's no facts. We cannot prove the facts. So for example, in the whale rider, people say in New Zealand, you can't prove that the New Zealanders came from Hawaii. You can't. The currents go against that theory. They might look like Hawaiians, but give me a theory. By the way, the Taiwanese now say we came from them. And if you do go to Taiwan, in the mountains, there are people who look like us, have similar colors of garments like us. And so they are there. And then from the Philippines, they say the Solomon Islanders and Vanuatuans come from the Philippine islands, from the indigenous peoples of the Philippines. The second one is, it's intuitive rather than rational. It's another way of saying, a myth is what I think should happen, but it's not based on rationale, on logical thinking. Third, a myth is normally a satire of gods and heroes of cults in which we do not believe. So it's a story about these gods. So it's there. And the last, it is an abstract reality like religion and science. So in this particular thing, in the argument is, indigenous leadership is just in the mind, and we can't have any facts. And again, indigenous leadership is a lie. We live a lie. It's false. It's false. Now this is for people who study myths as a subject, study leadership as a subject, and study indigenous is, there is a major problem with indigenous leadership, and that we are living a lie. That's according to this. Now these are very controversial, but I'm going to say it. Indigenous leadership all over the world is restricted to only one gender, the male. And it is based on a theory of born a leader. This is a theory that came out of the Greeks, came into the leadership research in the 1940s, where they said, if you want, the leaders are born. Today, in leadership studies, this theory is not accepted, no longer accepted. That leaders are not born. You do not have a DNA from God that makes you a leader, according to the theory. Because, where's the proof? Look around us. If it was true, then we still would have kings and queens in all the European countries. We don't have them anymore. We have Queen Elizabeth, but her son is not intelligent, Prince Charles. He might have the DNA to be royal, but he hasn't the DNA for IQ. He doesn't have the MQ, the moral intelligence, because he left his wife. He's cheated on her. Now, what about our chiefs? It's you to answer. But this is Fiji, it's very clear. The Fijian chiefs are chiefs, but it is only for protocol. There is no more authority given to them. The male-female is not only in the cultures, but it is in our Catholic religion. We have to do something about it. Did God only destine men to become priests? According to John Paul II, yes. We will talk about that later on, but that's another theory. Second is, today, many indigenous leaders or leadership is focused on my own family and the community unit without being affected by the changes. You cannot be a leader today just because of your family. It does not work anymore. Even though they might prop you up, but they will pull you down too. And it's not only about community unity. We have to be aware of the changes around you. Indigenous leadership is not static. It has to be dynamic. But because of one definition of culture, of indigenous, that it never changes, that's not true. So this attitude is part of our problem. The second is, myths is primarily about demigods and heroes who possess mana. Mana, the Polynesian word of power, the spirit power. That indigenous leadership is about these semi-demigods. They have a special spiritual power, and they're destined by God. That's what it is. But can it be proved by facts that this particular man or woman who supposedly calls himself or herself indigenous leader, are you really a demigod? But that's what myth came. And it's about heroes. And this is the problem. Another problem is indigenous leadership has been put up as the hero, and the poor guy has to sit there and say, I'm a hero, when he is the weakest thing living. But he has to pretend. I have to pretend that I'm a hero. And by pretending that I'm a hero, that's when everything starts to collapse. We do not live anymore in a hero-type leadership. We live in a community that heroes are there, but heroes come and go. It's not destined. And the mana, I have spiritual power, maybe. And about claiming to be the first. This was from 1997 to 2007. The United Nations, the UNESCO, ILO tried to come together with one definition. And of yesterday, there is still, I checked, there is still no one definition of indigenous. But this was the first one that most indigenous people talked about, that we were first on the land. It is destined by God. And so many indigenous people says, we were first, we were native, we were aboriginal, therefore we are indigenous, we have rights. But this is juxtaposed to colonialism. We have to say, okay, who was first? Does it really matter who was first? If you say that, then you have to bring in colonialism, and that's a different discussion. But you are connected to the ancestral place, yes. And this last one is indigenous leadership is keeping the community's cultural distinctiveness. Yes, that's the role of leadership, and that's one of the goals of today. But that doesn't stay there. Our cultural distinctiveness makes us be able to have a relationship with the other cultural group who has different cultural traits. If I'm going to say I am, for me, although I was born in Fiji, I have no Fijian blood. But if I said, well, so you're indigenous to what? I would say I'm indigenous to Fiji. I'm an indigenous Fijian. Why? I speak the language, I dance the songs, I know the Fijian culture. But my dad is from Tonga, which is a different place. But I think this cultural distinctiveness is sometimes a deviation from the real role of being culturally aware. And so we need to become aware of that. And there's contradictions. And this was my study. I wanted to know in my study why indigenous leaders, when they took on political roles, religious roles like priests and bishops, when they became leaders, they seemed to live in a life of contradiction. And so they didn't know what to do. So for example, if you are a politician and a traditional leader, just bear with me. But a traditional leader becoming a politician will have to base his policies on facts, statistics, because the system of governance is there. And you need to tell people the truth. Whereas a traditional leader, I don't have to have statistics. I just have to tell you, this is our culture, shut up. We do that many times. Why are you doing this? It's our culture. But please, tell me why. It's still our culture. Tell me why. If you can't give an answer to that, then this exercise is in vain for the young people. Because by the very fact of being influenced by technology, the why question is there in front of us. And if we can't give them a sensible answer, it goes for us also in the church. Many young people say, should I go to church? Yeah, why? Because I say so. Okay. Why should I go to communion? Because the Catholic Church says the sacrament of communion. Duh. We need to be much more sort of explain to the rational mind. This is the second one, science. Science is our competitor, and science will always be our competitor, and religion. And therefore, we know the history of all our islands. When the French, the Spanish, the Belgian, the Irish missionaries came, part of the cultural heritage was re-explained, wasn't pushed out, We used new categories to explain why the dead should be buried and why you should not go and jump into the grave and kill yourself. We used Christian categories to explain the culture. And we're all products of that. Can we take away religion? Maybe. The next one is isolation and engagement. You know, I spent 1 year in Lekinioch in Mortlocks. This first thing that I did, I went to the outer islands of Yap, mainly to Satawan and to all those islands. And the engagement, can we engage? We want to isolate, but we need to engage. But how do we do that? And the last one is identity. Let me just go to the positive. If you study myths, the negative is a very rationalistic, Western perspective on myth, meaning it's not true, it's not based on empirical facts. But if you go to the source of the word in Greek, mythos, it really just means a story, whether it's true or not true. So for the Greeks, a myth was a good story. Secondly, a myth gives us an opportunity to describe or explain what we could not do otherwise. Going back to Whale Rider, the fact, if you've seen the Whale Rider, the fact that whales come and die on the shores of the northern part of New Zealand. So the Maoris saw this phenomenon. The whales just came and died. And the last sighting was about 10 years ago, where the whales just came and died. And there was no scientific explanation. So this myth of the whale rider is to explain why these whales died. And so most of our myths are basically to explain why we cannot understand this. Climate change. I gave a talk on climate change down in Fiji a long time ago, and my premise was, for many islanders, climate change is a major problem. Not because of the sea, not because of the water, but they don't have the correct story to explain this. They can't explain this. They had many myths, but the myth about, or this rising of the water, cannot. So I went to Kiribati. I said, Kiribati, give me a story about this phenomenon. They said, none of us have a story to explain this. We have a story to explain the typhoon, the hurricane, but this coming up of the water in the mangroves, we don't have a story. And therefore, many of us need to tell a story. And this is something, this sort of phenomenon that we have. And the last one is the mysteries. There are many mysteries. We are confronted with mysteries. The major mysteries is, why do we die? Why do we die? Can't we live on forever? And so many of the myths are about death. Another one is, why is there so much evil? So Moana is basically trying to explain, why are people evil? Why? Why? And so they make up a myth to try and explain to the mind that this is why evil happens. So this is something that we have to do in the positive. Okay, I'm going to give you 10 S's. Okay, this is future or thing. If we want to be effective and efficient leaders in our indigenous communities, I'm suggesting these S's. Number one, it's common sense.
but it's not so common. It's about listening to the story, believing in the story, knowing the story, suffering the story, defending the story, communicating the story, and changing the story, and educating the young to accept the story and finally celebrate the story. So it's not only about knowing. For me, number one, and for the young people, if we older people cannot tell a convincing story to the young people, they will not listen. Period. That's it. But they have to learn the art of listening to their local language, the local stories, with the nuances, with the conceptualization, because otherwise it can't. And that's why I'm suggesting Whale Rider and Moana. Watch it. It's a good story, but you will be listened. And remember, a good story always entertains. If people go to sleep while you're telling a story, then it's not entertaining. Finish. If you don't listen, all the rest won't happen. All. We need to relearn the whole cultural part of sitting down and listening to the wise people. And that we know is very difficult because we have our iPads and cell phones, and why should I talk to those people? I've got my movies. I'm going to listen to that boring old man? Well, that's it. The one that I want to know is suffering the story. We need to go through the suffering of listening and knowing the story, and knowing that sometimes the story makes no sense, but we will suffer through it. And then lastly, what we are trying to do today is celebrate. And, you know, my first trip to Saipan was in 1992, when I came for the accreditation of the high schools. I was part of the WASP team. And part of our part was, show us how do you celebrate education in this school. And the schools said, what? I thought you were going to come and check our books and our curriculum. But my role in that team was, okay, show me. Walk me around your school and tell me, how do you celebrate success in this particular school? And unfortunately, the administrators were lost because they couldn't show me. I said, okay, cool it. Give me a student. Just let me give me 3 students. Do you like being in the school? Yes. Why? Because we normally have fun in sports. Success. Celebrate your success. But this is something that we need to do, and I applaud the committee for doing this. We need to celebrate the story. Okay. Here is one of the most poignant parts of the movie, where Paikia celebrates her Maoriness, her ancestry, and everything that is part of who she is.
I ngā rangatira i ngā iwi, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou katoa. This speech is a token of my deep love and respect for Koro Apirana, my grandfather. My name is Paikia Apirana. Go on, bub. And I come from a long line of chiefs stretching all the way back to Hawaii, where our ancient ones are. The ones that first heard the land crying and sent a man. His name was also Paikia. And I'm the most recent descendant. But I was not the leader my grandfather was expecting, and by being born, I broke the line back to the ancient ones. It wasn't anybody's fault, it just happened. But we can learn, and if the knowledge is given to everyone, then we can have lots of leaders, and soon everyone will be strong, not just the ones that have been chosen. Because sometimes, even if you're the leader and you need to be strong, you can get tired. Like our ancestor Paikia, when he was lost at sea and he couldn't find the land, and he probably wanted to die, but he knew the ancient ones were there for him. So he called out to them to lift him up and give him strength. This was his chant. I dedicate it to my grandfather.
Okay, second is Indigenous Leadership is about returning people to the sacred, the mystery in addition to facts and empirical truth. So we are bombarded every day in our lives with facts and empirical truth. That's what education is all about, is give me the facts, and then you learn. However, one of the greatest responsibility of Indigenous leaders is to go back to the sacred. What is sacred in your particular community? And don't be shy about it. Because sometimes this is difficult. We are shy. Oh, it's not the European, or as we say in New Zealand, this is not the Palangi way. They're going to make fun of me. The sacred is a non-conditional function of an Indigenous leader. He himself must go back and say, these are what is sacred to us. Yes, we have empirical, but in addition to empirical facts, we need the sacred. The next is Indigenous leadership is always, especially for us in the Oceania, it's about the sea, it's about the ocean, and all that is associated with context. And our myths, similar to Moana and Whale Rider, our myths of our great navigators must be told. In preparation for this, I went and looked for how the Carolinians came here, how the Carolinians went to Guam, how they came from Guam to Saipan. But in the story was the journey, the voyage. We need to retrieve those stories of the sea. Otherwise, there is a disjunct, there is a gap. Because we are not a land mass, we are the sea. And this one, we just take it for granted. It's common sense, but it's not so common. It's about socializing with people and having fun and to laugh again. Many of the Indigenous all their life was about socializing. When we ate, when we procreated, it was all about socializing with people. But we are tempted with individualism. And so we need to go back to that. We are very, very, very affected by this thing called individualism, where it's all about moi, it's about me. About them, it's about me and my husband and my children, period. Don't touch us. Okay, but we have to try and do that. This one, it's about community survival. And this is a theme for the Indigenous peoples all over. It's about survival, but what is the survival? It's bringing back sharing and feeling of caring. That we want to survive, share and care. Human rights, yes, but what is human rights all about? It's about sharing the resources. The whole UN Declaration of Human Rights is basically saying to everyone, the resources of the world are given to everyone, and certain people have been marginalized, discriminated, segregated. Please share. And that's what we need to do. This one is about service, which is hard for many our indigenous leaders, that our role is really about service. And the service, in this particular case, fosters familial respect. So I serve you. I don't serve you for service, a utilitarian thing, that service is good. No, that's not what I want. I do service so that we can bring back family respect. And this last one is controversial, but I think it's important. Matrilineal relationships. This has been killed. Samoa, Tonga, Fiji are matrilineal communities. In some of the Micronesian countries, we are matrilineal, meaning the authority comes through the mother's line. And because my dad is from Tonga. Tonga, if you meet Tongans and you talk about the king, they will brush you aside. The king is the king, but the king came from his grandmother, Queen Salote. It was a woman who was queen. In Samoa, it was a Salmasina. She was the one who negotiated who was to become the Matai. And so behind the scenes are these women, and we need to recognize that indigenous leadership is not only about this man who's in front, but this matrilineal network that is happening. And here I show you the matrilineal nature of this movie. It's just low. In the Maori culture, no man can enter the marae, the sacred house, without the invitation of a woman and a response from a woman. No man can go in there unless the woman invites him. Those are some of the things that we can revive. We're not playing down the male, but these major roles of women can be highlighted. And if you watch the movie, Paikea breaks the rule. She sits with the males and she's chased away by her grandfather. This one is sort of philosophical, but I'm going to just do it. Systems. For those people who do organizations and all this kind of thing, we call the systems theory that an organization is a system like the human being. There are different systems, the mental system, the heart system, the kidney system, but they all work in union. And they say in a particular organization, there's all these systems. And sometimes these systems don't know exactly what the other system is doing. And so I'm talking about, or suggesting that indigenous leadership should be about systems. And I'm going to just sort of go into philosophy. The cosmological system, meaning the system of the stars, the seas, the winds, the cosmos. That's one system that he must be able to know. He must know the other, just the human system. And all these systems happen, and be aware of it. And it is part of, according to some psychologists, this is the indigenous consciousness. It's all these systems happening, and then we get into a Western structure, and we says, I'm having problems with this. Most probably it's because of this. And then last one, attitudinal skills, humble courage. Today, we know this is something that we all need, but to be humble and courageous at the same time. I steal this from a university, a Stanford University, Jim Collins. Jim Collins wrote a book called From Good to Great. And he said, if you want to be a great leader, up level 5, you need to have humble courage. I'm going to end now. Myths. The heart of indigenous. So I'm suggesting that indigenous leadership is really trying to maintain the good and the bad about our myths. For I say it's the soul and heart of a culture. And basically, why I suggest that is give answers to fundamental questions of who are we and where are we going. And this is what I think we are trying to do. Who are we? Let's continue to work on the myths. Yes, indigenous leadership is a myth in the positive sense. And let me end on a different note, that ultimately, as I said right at the beginning, for me, if we ever talk about leadership, if we talk about indigenous, ultimately, it's about first loving myself. This is basically, and I'm glad that the song started with the heart, that ultimately what we're about here, yes, as they say in the Philippines, the head, the hands, and the heart. The thinking, the skills, but ultimately the attitude from the heart. So let me end with this song by the Canadian tenors.
This world, it's hard to tell the shadow from the light. What is real can find a way to hide behind the lies. Don't be fooled or ruled by voices all around you, 'cause your road will always be revealed. If you leave with your heart, it's the ones that you can trust to always come from love, and it will right through the dark, like a northern star to show you what is true. You'll never lose if only you lead with your heart. You have been the truest friend that anyone could have, and the love you always give by wanting to get back. You've been knocked down and found is what they show you. What is true will always be revealed. If you lead with your heart, it's the one thing you can trust. You always come from love, and it will shine right through the dark, like a northern star, show you what is true. You'll never lose if only you will lead with your heart. Takes the beautiful unknown and somehow makes you feel you're home again, finally home again. And there's no longer any doubt what the mystery's about for you, or what you should do. Lead with your heart. It's the one thing you can trust, to always come from love. Lead with your heart. It's the one thing you can trust, to always come from love, and it will shine right through the dark, like a northern star, show you what is true. You'll never lose, if only you will lead with your
So, finally, what I began with the 3 L's. Indigenous leadership is really about love of self, love of community, love of nature, and finally, love of God, so that we can give life to people so that they can learn. Thank you.
Wow. Do you feel the love? Ko unsenti gwinaiza. Woo! Yeah. All right. So what's the acronym? What's the what's the acronym gitamuru or followers? What's the 2 letters? IL. IL, right? IL. Good. We're gonna just get a couple of questions, and then we need to move on because we must move on, right? So just any just 2 burning questions, and then can we ask the panelists, see Mr. Tebutep, Kat Balio? Can we any questions?
As we're asking questions, if the panelists can make their way to the front, Uncle Tom Teb, Ray, Pedro.
Any questions?
Guerrero,
No?
Manny Borja, Vicente Santos.
I have like 11.
Susa Lamato, please come to the front.
Alina, you have question? Lunch is going to be in an hour. Okay. All right, you good. You feel the love. Okay. Don't be in love yet, okay? Ms. Radha, you have a question? Or are you going to sing later? Okay. Miss Mioni. You're good. You feel loved. Okay. Miss Abayare or Agan. Okay. Father Ledger, I think you really opened up a lot of the sleeping genes or hormones that have been sleeping all this time, because all along, I think we've been molded, we've been programmed to believe otherwise. One of the things that I tell people, and especially the young ones, I'm still young, excuse me, is I so look forward to travel in the Pacific than to travel the rest of the world. You know why? Because in the Pacific is where the taro roots are, not the grass roots. The grass grow tall and they bury us, but the taro roots, you eat the taro, right? Taro, tapioca, everything else. In the Pacific, I always get rebooted. I get refreshed, recharged, because we are Pacific peoples. If I go elsewhere, everything is artificial, superficial. Samsung, Sony, Icebox, Xbox. I prefer in the Pacific. So ladies and gentlemen, let's give another resounding applause to Father Ledger. One more. Let's do it. Feel the love. Kathy, take it away.
Uncle P. Guerrero, please come to the front. You're also part of this panel. I just had a quick question. I remember you were talking about the why question. Young people like to ask their parents, but why? Why? So can they go back and tell their parents that Father Ledger said it's okay to ask why? We have to. So respectfully, you can ask your parents why, and if they complain, tell them Polly said it's okay. All right, thank you so much. If you have questions, we are compiling questions. So as a group at your table, if you have specific questions for Father Ledger, you can talk to him during lunch, or also please write them down because they will be compiled by the committee. At this time, we want to move to our first panel, and this panel is about culture and what? On your program? Leadership, okay. So we're going to ask our panelists to give a short introduction of themselves, and then they will have about 4 or 5 minutes to give a comment on their perception of leadership. And we would ask that you try to say something different from the people who spoke ahead of you. And then after they share their thoughts, we are going to be asking each table or a couple of tables to give us a question, and then there will be a group discussion. And we'll explain more about that later. So we need, each table should be have a note taker, plan to have a spokesperson, and at this time we want to invite our panelists to just briefly introduce yourselves, and then we'll come back to Mr. Santos for his thoughts on leadership. So, Mr. Santos, here's the microphone. Just give us a little bit about yourself, and then we'll go down the line.
Thank you. My name is Ben Santos. Now, sometimes we try to imitate the English names, but my real name is Vicente Santos. And recently, I have been retired for over 12 years from government service. I worked for our government for over 35 years, and I have been a member of the Mariana Island District Legislature for 18 years. I was also a vice chairman of the covenant, our covenant, and also a member of many other organizations on our island. So I am very pleased now to be here with you, especially you young folks, to hear something very interesting that perhaps you have not heard before. and I will be focusing some of the very interesting thing this morning. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Santos.
Excuse me, Kat. May I please ask everyone, people who are talking, if you need to get up quietly. Mr. Santos is done, and there are a lot of noise at the back. Please, let's get up and get our drink, get back down, have a very quiet conversation so that we can move on. We are behind time, and we want to move on so that we can address all your questions and concerns. Okay? Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm Jesus Maria Melamito. I'm just a substitute, but I am thankful that they picked me to be up here. I am a retiree from the public school system. I used to be the executive director for the Carolina Affairs Office. And I've been a staff at the University of Guam. And I'm just enjoying watching the leadership that we have. So thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you, Uncle Jess.
Guahusi Manuel Flores Borja. My name is Manuel Flores Borja, and sometimes they know me also as Manny F. Borja. There are a lot of Manny Borjas in our community. I'm the one with the F of the Flores, and I'm a cultural author, native author, and former teacher also, school administrator. So I'm very happy to see you young people, because this is all about you also, and especially for you, about our culture. Thank you.
Thank you. Uncle Tom?
Lesoralim. Buenos dias and good morning. Ngang Thomas Sangaylin Teotep. The last time I was in the classroom, guess where? At Marianas High School as a social studies teacher was 33 years ago.
So
John Gonzalez was still a student then. And I'm happy to be here to share my thoughts with you in reference to the topic at hand, Hiliso.
Thank you.
Good morning. I'm going to have to start out also with Leseralim. And Buenos dias, Hafadai. My name is Pedro Rogolufoy de Leon Guerrero. My mother was a Carolinian, and my father was a Chamorro. And I bet you I speak better Carolinian than Tom. That's a joke. Anyway, you'll be surprised, and I'm very happy to see many students this morning. I went as far as 9th grade education. Thereafter, it has been, I am my own teacher. I learned from a lot of good people, and the job that I do undertake. Nonetheless, I was first elected as the village commissioner of Chalancanoa District 4, then elected to the Saipan Municipal Council, then elected as a senator to the 5th Northern Marianas District Legislature. Then I was appointed as the first executive assistant for Carolinian Affairs by the first governor, Carlos S. Camacho. And beside all that thing, I was trained and managed shipping, airlines, hotels, and then decided to once again run for politics, and I serve in the 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, and 8th legislature, where I serve as a Speaker of the House for the 6th and 7th legislature. I was also the chairman of the United Nations Intervention Task Force, and many, many more. So today, we are going to be making presentation in culture and leadership, something that this morning I too myself will learn from other speakers. I'm going to try my best to share what I know about this topic. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Uncle Pete. At this time, we're going to give each of our panelists 3 to 5 minutes to share your thoughts on culture and leadership. And I'm going to step away from the mic, and to help you know how much time you have when it's 4 minutes, I'll step back up to the mic so that you know that it's approaching 5 minutes. And just to let you know, tables 1, 6, and possibly 7, after the panelists finish, we'll be asking somebody from your table to present a question for them before the group discussion. So 1, 6, and 7, be thinking about what you might like to ask these gentlemen. And with that, I would like to go ahead and start with Mr. Santos. Oh, timekeepers. Oh, sorry, we have timekeepers over here. What's your name, sir? Kay? Kay is our timekeeper. And so 3 minutes means 3 minutes left, or we're at 3? At 3 minutes. You got, okay, 3, 4, and 5. Thank you, Kay. Okay, Mr. Santos, thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Well, this topic is so wide, we cannot finish it in 1 hour, 2 hours a day. It's almost like a semester in high school or in college. It's a very wide topic. But let me share some of the things that I have seen in the past, and with regards to, especially among the old people before. I guess I'm the oldest one in this panel, but I'll try my best to be very clear. Well, you know, culture, leadership. Let's begin by, in the past, this is very alive in the Chamorro culture. There is a unique sentiment among families, leadership among the families. There is no one particular organization that runs the leadership. It is done with each family. Each family has a head. For example, in the area of marriage, there is one in the family. The bigger family you have, like your last name, Guerrero, Santos, and Bora, Flores, and all of that. The bigger family you have, then there is one leadership that controls all the planning. And the planning is so intense because it deals with money donation in marriage, in-kind donation, and many other procedures. That is one. The other one is another land matters that perhaps may be a little bit broken nowadays because we tend to follow the US system, but we have our own good system. It's not a written law, it's a customary law. And I've seen many families today are broken because of land matters. The reason is that because there's a change in our culture. after the invasion in 1944 and up to this time, there's so many difference of opinion among the family. There's infighting and what have you. So it's a very expensive proposition now. A family, a brother or sister would take the family to the court. That's a lot of money to spend. But many years ago, we don't have to go to court. We just settle this among the families. The leader will call the families and explain the custom, what we have set up in the event of marriage, land matters, and what have you. Now, many of you perhaps have seen the kind of life we have today. Young people are not versed in our custom, our culture. But this is a good moment now. The people who plan this must be done early so that you young folks can come and listen to what myself and the others in the panel to talk about. And I believe that from heretofore, once a year meeting, you folks and you young people will have the opportunity to listen and expose yourself to what we have in the past and what we have today. But in the past, it's very smooth. There is no infighting among the family going, taking the family to court because of some differences in the family. And even in the past, there is no divorce. Everything is secret. No, a man and a woman might separate. Sometimes we don't know they are separated because it's very secret. And now we take people to the court, and so many family breakup. So it is important to realize the different kind of custom we have in the past and today. One thing I like in my case, I have 8 children myself, 8, and I made a point to talk to them before they go to bed. I remember a Japanese story. I call it Momo Taro-san. Momo Taro-san. And every time I talk to my kids about this short story, up today, they still remember the story. Momo Taro-san is it's a story about a Japanese old woman and old husband. They don't have any children, so every morning the old woman will go to the river to wash. One day, the old woman saw a big knot. In Chamorro, we call it talisay, a big knot coming from the river. And as it comes closer to the lady, it becomes bigger. The lady finally picked it up. She went to see and show it to the husband, to her husband. Say, "Hey, husband, look what I saw, a big knot." And then, okay, let's try and break it up. The husband took a machete and broke the knot. Inside the knot is a small boy, and they call it Momo Taro-san. Momo means a knot. One day, Momo Taro-san became very strong and big. In that jungle, there was a big giant that is killing a lot of people. When Momo Taro-san became big and strong, he wanted to go and kill the giant. And then while he was going, Momo Taro-san was singing like this.
Wow. He has a strong voice. Okay, make Momotaro walk a little faster because we're out of time.
He was singing Momotaro-san, Momotaro-san, Korekara oni no seibachu ni, means, and then the dog comes, Momotaro-san, I want to come and help you. And then the
chicken,
the bird came and to help Momotaro-san. So all of these went, and finally they killed the giant. The bird flew and bite the eyes of the giant, and the dog bite the gogang of the giant. And finally the giant went down and the giant disappeared. It's a good story for kids like that. So,
what's the moral of the story for leadership? Have good friends?
Okay, now we have this gathering today is very important. And because as you young folks gather today, we want to show you that some of the good things is happening now. It's happening today, and it's going to happen many days in the future. The Chamorro, for example, we have very little cultural gathering. The only time we gather mostly is during fiesta, during wedding. And Mr. Elameto will tell you more about the Carolinian culture. I too was raised among the Carolinian culture in Garapan, and I know a little bit about it. And I thank you very much.
How many of you have heard the story Momotaro? Only a few, okay. We'll try again, 5 minutes. Kai is going to help us.
Thank you. Thank you, my teacher, Mr. Santos. I was his student. Anyway, culture and leadership. If we look back before the Spanish 1668 to 1888 or 89, the leadership of the Carolinian was really solid. And that's what, we heard from Father Arthur on indigenous leadership. After the Spanish, we have the German leadership, 1899 to 1914. And the Carolinian chief for indigenous leadership, still strong, solid. Then we have the Japanese in 1940 to 1945. Somewhat solid, but it's not really solid because Japanese has their own way. When I say solid, I mean there is a chief among the Carolinian. They ask the chief for information and other kind of activities within the Carolinian community. After the American period in 1945 to 1962, the leadership among the Carolinian diminished, and more when trust territory came, and of course the covenant. And I really like the way Father Arthur said about the indigenous leadership as a myth, because they don't have the power. Before they could cut off your rights, not to cut your own tuba. But now they don't have that here in the Commonwealth. So that's culture, Carolinian culture and leadership in relationship within the Sinai government or Sinai. We have also courtship that Mr. Santos was saying about marriage. Before, our courtship is different. We use love stick. And when the boyfriend put the love stick in and the girl touch it, he knows that that's him. So he pull the love stick. And then as we go on, religion came in and it's different. Before, they tried to maintain the land within the family. They married each other, but after religion came, third cousin is okay, but second cousin is not okay. It's also a scientific truth, because if you marry first cousin, they will have some disability among them because of the close relationship. So, how's my time? 3 minutes? 1 minute. I look at the culture in the Carolinian community as a changing among ourselves, even the clan, even the own relatives, cousin. When you're in one party, it's different to another party. The community of one became further distant apart because of disagreement. That's what I mean by indigenous leadership diminishes as we cross with the laws, with the Western laws or the Sinamay laws that we follow. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Uncle Jess. How many of you know of traditional courtship practices back in the day, your parents' day, from Chamorro culture? How? Anybody familiar? How about Carolinian culture? Like Uncle Jess. Okay, it's maybe something you can discuss in your group discussion. Mr. Borja.
Thank you. A leader is one who knows that he or she is a leader and also accepts the responsibility of being a leader. Those people who know what they're doing or do better with what they do, and those who take responsibility for what they do have more freedom in doing what they like to do. And this is one of the things that you as young people, whenever you have a question as to whether am I free to do this, ask yourself, can I be responsible with my action when I do that? And if you say, yes, I can be responsible for that, then you are free to do that. Freedom and responsibility. And we would all like for you to be leaders in terms of cultural leaders, in terms of language. If you don't know your language, lead yourself to learn the language. Seek out your grandparents to hear them speak the language. Find out in terms of language, what are the sayings, because there are many wise, proverbs, wise sayings that guide people through in that language. In terms of food, Uncle Ben mentioned earlier too that culture also has to do with food. Be a leader in doing research to find out what is the benefits of local food. I need them. Be a leader also, going back to language, sometimes you may say, as I've heard people say, oh, Chamorro is Spanish language. It is not a Spanish language. Even though there are a lot of Spanish words in Chamorro, what makes a language is grammar. And the Chamorro grammar is not Spanish grammar. Many languages borrow from one another. Let's take the word snow. We don't have snow, but our grammar in Chamorro can make the word snow, and we can say snow no. You cannot say that in English, but we can say it in Chamorro because the grammar is Chamorro, not Spanish or any other language. So see the value of the language and be proud to use it because it's unique, even though it has a lot of borrowed words. In terms of other knowledge and practices, seek out, lead yourself to find out how but does the culture do it? Do you know, for example, that the best, if you're going to cut down a tree to build a house or to, make up a fence, that the best time to cut it is when it is low tide, because then the moisture in the wood is not as much, so it will last longer. These kinds of knowledge that your culture has, seek them out. Be a leader to find them out. When we talk about leadership, there's also this aspect of, it is also futuristic. We lead, meaning we are going forward. And so with this in our culture, the culture itself has the futuristic. It leads it to the future. That is why in indigenous cultures, we respect when we go fishing. We don't take everything that we find. We leave the young fish, small fish, for the future generation of people who would be fishing. In terms of language, in terms of future, when you learn the language, teach it to your children. Maybe among spouses, one may decide to always be speaking Chamorro, Carolinian to your child, and then maybe the mother will be speaking only English, so that the person will learn both languages as they grow up. In terms of finding other knowledge and practices, seek people who know things so that you can know them. How many of you, for example, know how to make rope from pandanus leaves or things like that? Also seek out, be a leader to be proud of your culture and do it. When we compare in the past, this knowledge of our cultures was very easy because we see them, in our community. In the Caribbean community, there are uts, traditional uts, where you can learn these things. Now we don't have that. So lead yourself to find these things out. In terms of the future also, culture tells us that respect is very paramount and it's important in our culture. We first respect yourself, because if you cannot respect yourself, you cannot respect others. You love yourself, you cannot love yourself, you cannot love others. Love your culture, respect your culture, respect the plants and animals. And in going back to Chamorro, for example, there's a word, inafamolik. This is futuristic. We try to find ways that we will be in harmony. My mother, for example, had a story when one of my brothers was very young. He had to be put in an incubator, and it happened that the incubator was very hot, and the nurse there, my mother seeing that the baby is struggling inside, was asking the nurse to come, can you come and see the incubator, because my baby is struggling inside, it's very hot. And the nurse said, no, that's okay, he's supposed to be hot, this and this. The mother continues to see the baby really struggling, more and more, and so she kept asking the nurse to come. Until finally, she decided that she was going to lead, no matter what. The nurse said, to open the incubator and take the baby out. And she says, I'm not going to let, you people kill my baby. So there was that kind of misunderstanding between my mother and, for example, the nurse. And so in those days, when the doctors decided that my brother was not going to live long, at that time, they would also do a confirmation. And when you have a confirmation, you find out a godfather. And so my mother chose the brother of the nurse, who she didn't have the best relationship, to be the godfather. And when we asked her, why did you do that? Because we thought, she might not be your friend. She said, because I was thinking of you, my children. I'm thinking of the future. What would happen if from now you will have people that you don't get along with? So here's in our culture, we get in family. We want to think of the future to have a better life, to respect one another and to love one another. Thank you.
Thank you for sharing that personal story. Very meaningful, Mr. Borja. Uncle Tom.
Good morning once again. Morning, buenas. When Malua asked me, check that, told me to be on this panel and ask, what's the topic? Oh, culture, leadership. All right, easy. Culture, way of life, leadership, making things happen, no problem. But then after hearing Father Arthur's presentation, and I'm now confused. That's no disrespect to you, Father, because it seemed like it was an upper division sociology, anthropology, 301 graduate course that we went through. But there's one thing that I caught, and he said, the best way to retain your language is to speak it. At saka tanatay manu hit, inamo ka sa fitekish, nga sa kapas, lias language, someone will say to us, it's gonna die, bui bui. And then we'll disagree, but then we'll keep doing it anyway. As I said, I've been in the school system for a while, and more than 3 decades ago, a gentleman by the name of Dr. Samuel Betances came out into our, it was a major conference, and he pretty much told us, if you don't speak it, you lose it. Fast forward, if you don't speak it, you lose it. But I guarantee you, and you can tell me I'm wrong, that many of you and all of us, I for one, speak English to our children and grandchildren. And so there is a need for us to work all together to ensure that the perpetuality of our language and culture goes on. I'll just give you a personal story so that you can put things in perspective on your own. I grew up on one of the northern islands called Anatahan for 3 years. No food, no water, a lot of food, by the way. No power, no running water, but I survived and I loved it. And I wore Findosi. Came back, finished my high school, went to college, came back, and one of my Puerto Rican teachers my friend would say, how in the world can you be able to do what you're doing? Years later, you can put on your traditional attire and move on. And then later on, you can put on your suit and tie and go all the way to Washington, D.C. and be able to sit down, meet even the president's cabinet officials and chat one-to-one, come home, take off your suit, and go out and panic, fish. I say that because that's what you'll be going through. You go on with your lives, go to school, but maintain that pride, that proudness in you that you can speak Chamorro, Carolinian, or any language for that matter, and be able to integrate with any and all ethnic, multilingual peoples around you. That's who we are, what we are, and where we need to go from here on in. Hiliso, Tero, Jesus Marcian, thank you.
Tiro Kapadang. Can I ask a question? How many of you in this room speak Chamorro and understand Chamorro? Raise up your hand, please. And how many of you in this room speak and understand Carolinian? Thank you. It shows that the majority in this room need to take Chamorro language and Carolinian language in school. Don't you think it's appropriate to do that? Yes or no? Thank you. The reason I ask that question is because this is a cultural heritage month, and I was going to speak either in Carolinian or in Chamorro, but because not all of us in this room understand both language, pardon me, but I'm going to speak in English. I'm not that good in English, but I'm going to try my best, okay? We're here to talk about culture and leadership. And like Tom, when Malua asked me to participate, I kind of questioned myself because it's something that I am not very versed. But as I listen to the other speakers, it gives me some idea. So it's not about talking about custom and our ways of life, but it is about how culture, practice into leadership. And, it started at home. At home, it's the father and the mom. And in the absence of mom and dad, it's the elders in the family. Same true to the Carolinians. But in the Carolinian community, leadership is also played an important part by women. They are also looked at and well respected, and they also provide instructions and direction in terms of how the family or the clans are going to work together. And that is also by way of each family, clans. Each clans in the family have its own leaders, and the clans will get together and discuss matters of interest that will further and advance the livelihood of that family and or the entire Carolinian community. So leadership in our culture does exist. And during that time also, there are different types of leadership. And I know growing up in the Carolinian community, thanks to my father, he chose to have us stay in the Carolinian community. And that's how I get to know a little of our Carolinian culture. In going out fishing, you cannot just go out and fish because you want to go and fish. It's always a group of fishermen, and there is always a leader, and the leader will be the one that will call upon when to fish, and where to fish, and how to fish. So those are part of cultural leadership that directs the community. In building, both Chamorro and Carolinians, they look upon who is most knowledgeable in constructing a house, and that person will be the leader. That person will be the one directing the work. That is part of our culture. Now, I understand more of my Carolinian culture than my Chamorro culture and its, leadership. Simply because, when the Chamorro returned in the late or mid part of 1800, they came and they were under the influence already by the Spanish government on Guam. So when they came, the culture of the Chamorro then is much influenced by the Spaniards and the Catholic. So anyway, in the Carolinian culture is totally different. No, up to this time is still the original because they are still pure Carolinians and they continue to exercise the Karinan culture and custom. And amongst families, they listen to their leaders in their clan and or in the family. But I want to talk more, but there's a sign that says STOP. So if there's any question, we'll be happy to answer. Thank you very much.
Thank you to our panelists. And at this time, we're going to go into group discussion. But just so I'm not a liar, I'm going to ask this table to ask just one question. And please identify which panelist you want to ask the question of. Sir. Quick question, and which panelist are you addressing it to?
Do you still practice a culture tradition you used before? All of you guys. All of you. Mr. Santos?
Mr. Santos, tell us briefly what traditional practices you used to do before that you still practice today. Somebody said chewing. Give us some ideas of some cultural practices you used to do before that you still practice today. Couple of examples.
Looks like it's an easy question, but there's several things, but I'm trying to choose one that is very interesting. In my case, for example, I am still the boss in my house. I am still. 4 of my kids are in California, but we communicate practically maybe 2-3 times a week. I tell them what to do, and I tell them what not to do. And even here on Saipan, and even when I got sick, I came on with 105 fever. I got so sick, and then my kids all came around me to look after me, and I appreciate that very much. So that's what I continue to do. I have been married for 55 years.
Wow, round of applause. What a blessing.
And I always told one or two my sons that before you get married, be very careful. Do it the right thing. Respect the woman you're looking for, as I have done. And then one of my son told me, and what have you done? I said, my goodness, now. And then I tried to be very careful for my answer. I said, son, you know, I am looking for an imperfect woman, and I cannot find one. And it took me 6 years to be looking for the imperfect woman. Finally, I found one. Because marriage is an important part of our life. You just don't get married 1 week and then next week you want to change it. That's not the way. And it's a burden. It's a lot of work. And I told him, look, there are 8 of you. And it's a very difficult, even when I'm sleeping, I think about you guys. When you go out, what will happen to you guys? So I told him, when I found the imperfect woman, I am still with that imperfect woman after 55 years, and then we became a very perfect marriage.
All right.
Feel the
Thank
love.
you.
Feel the love.
Thank you, Mr. Santos. So at this time, we're going to do group discussion. So do you guys have a copy of the group discussion at your table? Okay, if not, I want you to know that the panelists are still going to make themselves available. So if you would like to ask them a question, either come and call them to your table or use the microphone to go ahead and part of the group discussion. Okay, the purpose of the group discussion is to take what they said and apply it to yourself and document it for the committee to do something about your concerns after the symposium. So first, assign your speaker. Are we gonna have speakers? And your note taker. Okay. Let's talk about what our panelists have presented. What did you think about it? How far have we come? Where are you now in your lives? Do you agree? Do you disagree? And where do you want to go from here? How do we get there? Is there something good about what they said that you think should be continued? Is there something you feel differently about? Okay. Also, we want to give everybody a chance to speak. So try to involve everybody in your table and raise your hand if you would like to speak. Be respectful. And who are the facilitators? If you are a facilitator at the table, please raise your hand. Okay, so those are your facilitators. Will help facilitate the discussion. I'm going to turn it over to John and Les, who may have more details. 15 minutes, okay?
No, thank
Only
you.
15 minutes.
Thank you, Kat. Let's give a round of applause for Kat. She's doing a fantabulous job. Ugi mamai. Remember, no idea is wrong. No question is wrong. Every idea is welcomed. Respect everyone's views and opinions. So everyone has a right to express his or her own opinion. 15 minutes, the clock begins now. 15 minutes for group discussions, and then the last remaining 15 minutes, we will open the discussion. And we'll entertain 2-3 tables, break, and then we'll go for lunch. Is that clear? All right.
Sorry, I was just going to suggest, if you would like one of our panelists to come and sit with you, please raise your hand at your table.
Mr. Guerrero, can you come to this table? Speaker Guerrero?
Okay, Mr. Santos will join table number 6.
And table number 11, Mr. Guerrero?
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. He went to another table. Mr. Borja, table number 6, please. Oh, wait. Table number 6, you have somebody? Okay, any other table? Do you guys have one yet?
That's not Mr. Guerrero's coming over. All right. Feel the love.
There's an extra chair over here. Okay, so 15 minutes. 13 minutes. 12 minutes.
Oh, you can do a quick.
Les or one of the organizers, facilitators, can you assist this table? Table number 2 needs some direction.
Okay, this is, okay, what do you need? $11 and 21 seconds.
Raise your hand if you are not clear on what we're doing. Don't be ashamed. Does everybody know what the paper is for? If you're not clear, just raise your hand and I'll explain it for everybody again. Okay. Good? All right. One more time? Okay. So on the paper you will write down your what you think should be done based on what was discussed by the panel. Then the committee is going to take your recommendations and enact them. Maybe Les has more details.
Okay, so everyone has some chart paper and markers on each of the tables. Go ahead and write your notes on them because we will be collecting all of the chart papers. And then we're going to assign a speaker to be able to present that at the end of the group discussions.
So write down what you thought, where we are, where we were, where we're going, how far have we come, and especially what do you think we need to do as a community when it comes to culture and leadership? We want all of your great ideas. Brainstorm, brainstorm. Okay, that's it. I'm not going to say anything more.
Ladies and gentlemen, 3 more minutes. 3 more minutes. You need to start wrapping up. 3 more minutes. The individual index cards, we will collect them for the conference proceedings, in addition to the charts, flip charts, okay? We will be developing the conference proceedings.
Paging John. John Gonzalez, how are we doing on time? John Gonzalez, where'd you go? Oh, there he is. Yay!
Time is up. Time is up. Yeah, 15 minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, time is up. All right. We need to collect these then. Assign your speakers. Can you collect the note taker? Can you collect all the index cards? Because we will be collating and including them in the conference proceedings. Please. Do you feel the love? The sharing portion is another 15 minutes. So we will time it. Maybe we'll not have time for every single table, but we will entertain a few. Is that clear? Ko in comprendi? O arong-orong? Sarahita way lang. All right. Basta. Listo? Woo! Okay, who's? Okay, well, okay, decide because I'm going to start the clock now. Ready or not, here I come. Table number 10. 10. I have to say Juan because my name is Juan. 10. All right. Quickly, yes. Every team, 1 minute. Let's go. Show the love. Everybody show the love for Team 10.
Hello, I'm Selena. We're table 10. Okay. The question is, how far have we come? Our team feels that we are close to losing our culture and language because the parents don't speak the language to the kids at home, and it's either the kids don't want to speak or are ashamed of the language, like you feel like you're being judged. So where do we want to go from here? We want to preserve it, and we want more teachers to teach the language, like bilingual class or, and we must start at home and practice speaking at home. So our parents should enforce the language. And where do we want to go from here by moving forward? We want to open a summer cultural immersion program by you can only speak the indigenous language, no modern technology like iPads, cell phones. We want to partner up with the aging like Manamku Center to teach traditional customs, and we want to preserve the music, art, and religion.
That's what you call love. Team number 10. Next, Haji Iyo. All right. Team what? 1-3. All right. District 13. That's Anatahan. Oh, okay. Dispensa mo wesh way. All right.
Good morning. So, how far have we come? We've learned that culture is important and that we should share it with our present and future generations. Where are we now? We are at the point where our generation does not know how to speak or understand the languages or practices. Where do we want to go from here moving forward. We want to continue to share and teach our language, practices, and stories to our generations and the rest of the world. We will and shall continue speaking and teaching our language and ways of life in school and home. Our education comes first, from our home, then our school. Everyone should join in on sharing about our culture.
Okay, lenya gini na how far have we come? Lenya tatungua na ta practice izota culture. Lo mas midgodnya ha na ta fanwentus di fino English. Pues maila za ta consigi i linguajita parewa chamorro dan Carolinian. Okay, where are we now? We're the point where we're gonna lose our language, and let's not do that. Let's keep it on like what we're having here right now. Debi tamantenisti na tiningota katuran i Chamorro dan Carolinian. Pues imina tres lelenya gini na tamantenisti sa gini ni igumata finenena ni taaduka famagunta pesbatu eskwela si Jesus masi.
Good morning, Lesor Mama ingali kami. We are doing all three languages because as you see here, the challenge is our language. Iya atos ikila. Ayak kabung be kos ngehi importante. Sebo mamatlamal basib ki akabung rak mesibo tapingi kos basib palabungir atakar kitoto me atakamalla. Iyaha salo ye ikila. Salo rela generation ye ikila be amapun ngalihis sub kapsala kos me sub kapsal falwas me romralis Chamorro. Where do we want to go from here moving forward? Yaha sumsal sibloye ikila matalamal. Ay moshal we sibo share sibo suba sibo akabung put kapsas rafalwas me Chamorro me sib kititilap ngal rak me sibabungir atakar kitoto me sib kikapasak put rafalwas kapsar rafalwas me romralis me sibo akabung merelimas tutunal esalak kabung melalgakko elara kiliso.
That was Team 1-3, District 13. Okay, now we'll have si Mr. Aji Jangkempo. Okay. Jaikenpo. Aji na onmo? Aji na onmo?
My name is Tina.
Okay, pues Tina, show her the love. Let's go. Team number 8. District 8. San Roque, right? District 8? No. Oh, Talabok.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Tina, and I'm speaking for Group 8. Language, culture, race tells us who we are and what we don't know about who we are. So where do we want to go from here moving forward? Language, there should be like Chamorro and Carolinian classes should be required, and we should like try to make it a habit of being able to speak the language. We should practice it more. And culture, before there was more like, more respect, honor was more important. And showing respect to our elders were more important. Before we would we would go and we would hold their hand and amen. Now we can just go and nyora, nyot. So culture was more important in the past. Today, where we are now, majority of youth speak more English than their native language. This problem starts at home because, our parents and our elders, they don't really enforce it on us. They don't really make us speak it that much. They don't really teach us that much. And sometimes it's also because we are afraid of speaking our language. We're afraid of being criticized. And so, we don't try at all. But then we all should enforce it so we can keep the culture alive and so it doesn't die out. How far have we come? Culture was more practiced back then, respect was more honored, and we had much more responsibilities. Now we have more freedom and we're living in the 20th century. So there are a lot of other things that get in the way of us and our culture. But in general, our culture is very important. Our language is gives us a big, is a big thing with our culture. So thank you.
Tina, right here. See King. Ozzy, King, Ozzy. King 1. Team number 6, District 6.
My name is John Somar, and in terms of where we have come from, our culture is dying out because not everyone nowadays is practicing the culture or speaking the language, and mainly because of modern day distractions that are like cell phones, iPads, those kind of stuff. Now, not many of us are as strong as the previous generation, and not every one of us can understand. We can understand but not speak, and some of us could speak but not understand. And we also want to practice both Western and indigenous culture because we need to bring back our Carolinian and Chamorro culture in our schools, decrease foreign language instructions, and create tests and exams just like SBA or SAT-10 based on cultural background. So in reflection of our speaker, to be a leader in the indigenous language, we have to learn it, speak it, and teach it.
District 6, show the love. Woohoo! Pick up the root. All right, team who? District 2, that's CK. Not CK1, huh? CK2.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Jimmy, and I'm the speaker representing Team 2. So how far have we come? We have come to a point where we've adapted more to the modern civilization, being in the U.S., and that's kind of a big problem for our culture. So as well, we slowly lose our culture, and we need to find more ideas and ways to preserve our culture. Where are we now? We're at a point where our language is slowly dying and we're depending on bilingual classes. Yes, we do have bilingual classes, but then nowadays kids would just look at it as, I need to go there, I need to go and learn it just so I can pass it and get a grade. But we need to find more ways to make them be more involved, take interest in the language classes. Which brings us to our third question. What can we do as young adults to preserve our culture, language, and heritage? We could practice it more as in going home, talking to your mom, your dad, your family members, your friends. You could practice it by singing your local songs, your cultural songs. You could do your cultural, like you know how in Carolinian we would make ubut, the things around your neck when you're doing the mass dance. We could be more involved in school as well. You could have your RCC club. You could go out and teach any other student who doesn't know your language so you can well preserve it. When you believe in your culture, as well as Mr. Tebuteb said, You have to have pride in yourself as who you are and who we represent. Whether you're Carolinian, you're Chamorro, you're Japanese, you're Filipino, everyone. We are indigenous, but we want to make ourselves known. Ilisto, thank you, and
Woo! District 2. Woo! Next, District. Wait. 4. Lali Fao. Chotomate kudasai. Woo! Your name?
Oh, not me.
Oh, not you.
Half a day. My name is Jeremiah Camacho. And so our culture is fading away, but you know, some people, like the one they think they're badass, you know. They like to say, you know, like, I'm still Chamorro, but they like to use the not Chamorro words. They, you know, the bad words, that's no good. They have to use the hugwaizaho, you know. Okay, so you have to speak Chamorro at home, you know, to your mom. You'd be like, hey, mom, hugwaizaho like? Then, you know, something like that. Because it starts at home, then offer classes at school, like from 1st to 12th grade. But just not the language. Practice the culture, you know, the dancing and the cooking and the dancing. So, and also talk to the manamku, you know, like you just be like, hey, nang hugwaizaho. Something like that. And then look at your family tree. Study your family tree. Because me, I'm Camacho. That's a big tree. That's bigger than that flame tree. Okay, so as a leader, you have to be responsible, you know. Yeah, you have to speak the language. Speak your own language. If you're Chamorro, you talk Chamorro. Stop this English. Okay. Okay, so then, you know, also respect the community. You know, like, even if it's not your uncle or auntie, it's just your friend's mom, just go there and, you know, like, you know what? Something like that. So show respect, because that's us. That's Chamorro. We respect. And you promote the culture. You know, any parties, you like, for example, church fiesta, you go in with your, you know, Chamorro pride. Look at this. Support local. So this is, yeah, just to bring it back up, you know. Bring the Chamorro. Oh, wait, the back. Okay, the issues, why it's fading away. People are ashamed. They're ashamed, like, to speak it or learn it, or they're just not interested. They're gonna be like, I'm not even Chamorro. Why do I have to learn this? But you know, it's our culture. You stay with us. You live with us. You be like us. So yeah.
Fanui ni Gwinaiza. All right, Azio True. Which district? Okay, district number middle. Okay, Hugwaiza Ho. Mahalangzu no Hagu. Okay. Precinct pa ako sa mga ikiki 21st. Okay, team number 11. IP. Their team name is IP. Sa may P.
Morning, my name is Princess, and this is Nate, the Great. What am I going to say? Oh, how far have we come? Okay. From the point of the covenant. Got you? Who said that? Oh, sorry. We've come so far to the point where laws were established. My groups focus specifically on the law of land ownership. The law is good as of right now, but how about the future?
So right now, we focus on the law of land ownership because right now it's good how our bloodline is strong and everything. But later on in the future, what happens? We have so many people coming in from all over the world with mixed cultures and everything's getting so diverse. So what happens when people start making kids with people from other places and our bloodlines get all mixed? pretty soon the law might not apply to us because our bloodlines are so mixed and it's not that strong or pure. Thank you.
Team IP. Afazai, IP, what does it stand? Oh, indigenous people. The indigenous people. Azi, or true? 5? Okay, next. Okay, team 7. Oh, 7. I'm from District 7. Haji Malagu. Okay, go for it. District 7 or Precinct 7.
Half a day. I'm Anki from Table 7, from DOS 7. How far have we come? Decline in the use of the indigenous language. Number 2 is where are we now? My group, we more of us understand the language more than we can speak it. And when we speak it, the structure sounds different and the pronunciation is off. So speak your language, because if you don't, you will lose it. Maintain that pride. Number 3 is what do we want? Where do we want to go from here? Is we want to preserve it. We want to preserve our culture and the way of life. Thank you.
Show them the love. Okay, we will finish the discussions and then we will have lunch. 45 minutes. Okay, and then we'll begin after lunch. Si Pali Eric Forbes from Guahan, USA, to open the post-lunch session. Over here? Okay, all right. Woo! The guru pun pamalaw. Let's give a hand to our First Lady, Diana Tudela Torres.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon. Welcome. We are Team Sina here. This table right back here. It starts at home. Our parents and elders did not teach us. Did we all hear that phrase earlier from the lady up front? Yes? So really, this message that we are sending out is for the parents in this room. If you are a mother, a grandmother, a father, a grandfather, this is for you, okay? It really starts at home, all right? We need to strengthen our language and continue to practice our culture, all right? I'm going to go ahead and share with you that your governor and I, we really, really try our very best to teach our children the language. We're doing pretty good at it, I think. Our kids do come back from school and say, Mom, man, you know, they're looking at us like in a funny way. Why? Because we're speaking intramural? No. You need to believe in yourself. You do not be afraid and be ashamed of who you are. Okay, and then I also ask my kids, so what? How about these kids? What are they speaking? Oh, some of them speak Korean, Chinese, and what? Are they ashamed? No. Then don't. Okay? Believe in who you are. Do not be ashamed. Right? We also heard about marriage vows and being true to who your partner will be. One day you will walk that aisle. Boys, you will find that imperfect women, right? Or woman. It's very difficult these days because you see a lot of celebrities getting married, the next hour they're divorced. Look at your parents. Look at, find a couple in the community that you would want to look up to, you would envy. I myself, and of course my husband, we look up to our parents. My mom and dad just celebrated their 50th anniversary. My in-laws, also were married. We did lose my father-in-law, but they stayed married till one passed. Respect and honor. Very simple. Yes, a lot of you are still practicing the mangingi. Yes. But I think it's changing a little bit. We are getting comfortable with just kissing the older folk. Yes. Yeah. Or when you see your auntie from far, Nyora, right? Do we do that? Yes? And I probably find myself doing that sometimes, because when I'm sitting at the other end of the table, right? Nyora, I get up, but make time even after that to go and hold that person's hand. Spensa, Nyora talo. I mean, simple things like that. And even maybe in a room full of people, and you see a manamko or someone older than you, maybe looking for a chair, get up and give that person your chair. It's simple practice like that. That helps you, carry that culture. Okay, so that's one. We also spoke about the church being true to our beliefs, our Catholic belief, or whatever else you practice, right? Live amongst those teaching and be true. Anything else? Ladies, did I miss anything? No? Okay, that's it. Thank you, and good afternoon.
Ladies and gentlemen, our First Lady, si Zeus Masi, representing the women, and of course the little but subtle practices that can highlight how we can bring our culture back. Sin? Quick anecdote.
We all talk about the importance of starting at home in terms of speaking the language, of course, teaching our culture and tradition. And I just wanted to share a personal anecdote with you all. Several years ago, my brother Gus and I decided to lay down the law in our own house because everyone was speaking English. And we said, this has got to stop. So we just arbitrarily decided, okay, it starts today. So our teenage nephews and nieces at that time would call the house and they would begin to speak and would say, Rafaluash. And all of a sudden we just hear silence. And then they'd hang up. And this continued on for weeks until they got the message that you need to speak your language. And guess what? Today, they speak the language and they are teaching their kids the language. So there is hope. You just need to enforce it in the home. Thank you.
Woo! That's what you call love. Hazi next. Oh, Fino 12. Fino Tamoru, Fino Rafaluash. District 12. That's Alamagan.
Good afternoon, everyone. Come on, people. Good afternoon. Okay. So I'm Kimberly. I'm from MHS. This is Tardio, and this is David from KHS. So basically, the first question that we are asked is, how far have we come? And one question that I am always asked that could probably answer this question perfectly is, Naya ni puran finotomoru. And I am always asked that by my dad every day, which explains that I'm not proud of it, but I am a Carolinian and a Chamorro, but I do not fully speak or understand the language, which is sad, of course, because that proves that the leadership nowadays is quickly changing, and it makes us question how far is this going to go and what will happen to the future generations. So the next question that is asked is, where are we now? Today, there is a very big difference. Our first bullet is the use of electronics. Everywhere you go, you even see 1-year-olds holding cell phones, watching on YouTube. And if you were to ask me, I'd say that is like the worst way of leadership. What are you trying to teach them?
You probably don't notice them watching bad things on YouTube, and then you see them doing bad things, and you wonder, where are they learning that? Blaming other people when it's probably because of what you let that child do. Our next bullet is the future of the next generation. So they grow up using cell phones, but how far will that get them? Because the most important thing is the knowledge, right? And today we're trying to encourage the young people to learn more about your culture, but there's not much to learn about on YouTube or on a cell phone, on a laptop, whatever you're using. And then again, a bad way to lead kids.
Okay, we'll dispensa because my small intestine is shouting to me, we're going to have lunch soon. But I'll go ahead and do the last table. And the rest, we still love you. And we'll collect all your input and recommendations. And the table on the front to the right, the farthest right, are the note takers. They are going to be working on compiling the proceedings for the conference, symposium. And we will make that available in various form, media. So, ladies and gentlemen, let's give our hands together para District 9, table number NINE.
I'm Patsy from Southern High. This is Group 9. In the past, respect was very important, and in the present, respect is slowly dying in the current generation. The future, the importance of respect should be enunciated to the future of the generation by guiding. Can you see the last one? Okay, also our culture and celebrations were happening often in the past. In the present, it's slowly dying with the language. The future, we want to bring it back.
Gifino Tamoru. Antes que tempo, imos potonti sa respeto. Loatan pogo e reason mizu sa man mamate respeto. Inisita tadiri e respeto mona gi tempo pare manyanata imanomku manyaluta zang kontoro para hami ni mantau tosia. Jesus mosi.
Overall, we should remember to respect our culture and ourselves.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, just last, they asked me, they pleaded with me, their facilitators, three tables asked me to give this table last to share. Was District number 14, that's Pagan.
Good afternoon. My name is Benjamin Seman from MHS.
My name is Geza Gonzalez from KHS.
I'm Carlisha Ruben from MHS.
Okay, and our first question was, how far have we come? Our answer was, back then we used to be very active with our culture and practices, but now we have technology. And because of technology, we have less knowledge in our own culture, and we're always indoors instead of outdoors. Our second question is, where are we now? Now some people can't even speak or understand their own indigenous language. And when people see this, they say our language will die. In the modern life, our culture is not being practiced all the time. As a whole, we are stepping into the future. Our culture is dying. Our third question, where do we want to go from here moving forward? The how, we think that the parents should always speak the language to their children every day and enforce it inside the house. When? Today, tomorrow, and forever. so that we can keep the culture alive. And who should be a part of this is the Chamorro, the Carolinians, everyone. Also the teachers and parents especially, so that they can teach the children. All of us, indigenous or not.
Okay, pues Pogu y primer na question, how far? On Disney, duruhit man tama pat man gaukandu gisanizung. Lo Pogu ni gua Facebook, iPad, iPod, zantori edisha man sasagay gisanalum. Pues mano ni man gaigit Pogu. Pogu toruhit revaluas dan samorusha titatungu maniman ahanoit sa Pogu na diha esti technology govdonklu za tutsuli i attention mo sa tiuntungu manu ni panano za estigi na Pogu malilingo ikuturata. Pues mano ni malagota para tafanano ginin-gini para mona. Estigi sa taimano ngayan zanhozi. Taimano ta praktika ikuturata siha za ta fanagwi mamayla na kinahulu o sino henerasyon za ngayan ngayan ta togi Pogu agupa zamparatoy tempo zamonga na falingo ikuturata hazi toruhi ni man refaliwas zamoro zan otrusha na kuturata zagin malaguhi para uno falingo ikuturata siya nisisita na ta praktika zan ta fanagwi ni esti mamela na henerasyon susmasi.
Sa Mwareeti Ghiisch Iyo. First question is sa tosh aya tosh nga oh my god. Back then we used ihue ehi aramas rahi Obare lo yash culture ng hilang away generation ni hilang aski yali lo but ayor ahalior who's technology improving developing me away re ofshireblo lalium resopto ra sheli maltomo re la feril meta me our second question is sa ayatosh. Ihilang aramas sumarab kapas para ba understandly yash kupas me ngaramas rauri mile ngarebrawe sihal ahilas seo yash ko me rol lolol hila yash ko nge si mat yashko nga matlamwal and alanga hish sita si bulang ral yashut or how do you say future bulang ral future pues si babari kosh pues esta palmela. Our third question is where do we want to go from here moving forward? Is telling our parents about everybody law si rap kapas ngalihish alias language me abari ngalihish meta si ferry was being develop lias ko me tomorrow Iklalai and so on. So where was keeply yash culture web keep was
el good example el mile yashuko ye atakal rasa hukle lo berubu yali mismo yash kepas mila tiele kimala le bebuira nye elore number 3 era how his kimala le bebuira bue his parents nana me tata lalim alangal me tangi kibwel me lalim sin his nge atakal resab hole good example ngi hila ye reki struggle berebo apa sa meta ye isier mismo nge semal berebo yali wo titilap nge au dispensarja be yel yash trabajo manaina belal imash ilera bo wen ileta ye kira ihila lai me matalamal nge his si ba musikos bihila na tempo nga abwe bwe aki meresla e sablolo ngelihis sablong ngelihis lo yash ko. Who should be a part of this? Iyo ka ebolo rewetawe milel. His alangyo hushe refalawas merumeralis melunger wewesha mestera mestru me manaina lalim alangash ngesi indigenous or not nye debi besibu yaya yash ko yash kepas bila ngata kalai serbal hukule ilasha sa Mwareeti Ghiisch Iyo.
Manyeluzan manyaynahu sumen na maguf zan na magim kurason sa tasyenti afatawluk ihagas ta fufunyut na pinadisita zan sinatsagata sa hafa man mamahlohit no utu hadseo we no nisisita na ta Silelebra Man Hayi Hit sibu Mwareeti Ghiisch Iyo abo we aramasash we yashkosh sibu afase maluk ta kahar hulo no manyeluza manyanao maila pagu. Let's everybody stand. Everybody give everybody a round of applause. Show the love. Woo! Na setbi si Pali Eric para bindi si pagu inengkano para i amotsata undata.
Ginani Tata, zenilahingan, zeni Espiritu Santo. Amen. Asay na Jesu Cristo bendisi esti siya na nengkano ni man mafatu ginin iginefto na kanay mo. Bless us, O Lord, and these thy gifts which we're about to receive from thy bounty through Christ our Lord. Amen. In the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit. Amen.
Okay, follow Pali después and then S will follow si Pali and then the First Lady and Women's Affairs and everybody else, especially the students. Okay. Agradeci y sentada. Remember, you are what you eat.
Please have everyone turn in your notes as well as the chart paper with all of that good discussions that we had. Please turn it up front. Thank you.
Thank you, Les. mientras mambobokamzu while you're having lunch, I will go up and debut my album. Ewede. Okay. To help our libation and our digestion, we will play some music to go with the flow. Zao inazuda dididi itilipas lodo dan itilipas kanifis, no?
Rock and reggae. You're listening.
It's you introduce me to your new friends, man. Why do you make me chase you around? Why do your words make
by the way, a phone was recovered in one of the restrooms. So if you lost the phone, please see Diane Camacho. We won't tell you what it looks like. You tell us what it looks like. But if you're a guy, don't try to claim it, okay? Because it's not that restroom. Thank you.
Un día para itan Zabay pamokat taluneni Zan sumona Sazahu ay neni nahu kloru Nahunggan oguzahu Mona gwinigilin na lahu Zangin tisi non hongin Honau mo gifanen gifion Zagwahu ben na kloru Nahunggan oguzahu Mona neni magoy gilin na lahu Zaundi yahu para itan Zabay pamokat taluneni Zan sumona Saetu Nai magoy na huklo Zaun dia hupara itan Zabae pamokan taluneni dan sumona Sahungan gloru esta pagwahu Nahungan ogutahu Monane nigilina lahu Monane nigilina lahu Usinan semoga ratu Filis satangan adi inhagu Untungan nahu patahong Zai gwinifi ai pueda un dia magohi Besekungu ki kantang Sabara hogu Zonikungu ki storia Gini bahu Besekungu ki kantang Sabara hogu Sahogu Hogu zahu Sinan semoga ratu Zapedin dia ubahan loki pargontang Zaman panagu agini umagai zatang Zai kantang makokanta para hogu Besekungu ki kantang sa para hogu Zonikungu ki storia gini wahu Besekungu ki kantang sa para hogu Sa hogu Hogu zahu sinan Sumaga ratu Filis tatangman aging hagu Pasekungu ki kantang sa para hogu Zone kungu ki storya gini wahu Pasekungu ki kantang sa para hogu sa hogu zahu Isga hunza ungu benda esti siniteku tisinato gwina masa sahati iningeku loni sisi tahama gwaja mahami zatiu osu lo zanzam nabahu tati Hoguzuni unis gayung Unggang koru para gohu Na hogu malagohu Lo hoguzuni Isontu fium na kloru Gizagohu Los gahum za ungu bena Esti siniteku Tisinato Bina masa Sahati ningeku Loni sisi Tahama gwaja Mahami Zati uosu Lo zanzam Nabahu tapi Hogu zuli Unis gayung Unggang kloru na juli na hoguzu muna tekun za hoguzu lin santu muna puti kurasonu Isga hunza ungu bena esti siniteku tisinato Wina masa sahati iningeku Loni sisi tahama gwaja Mahami zati uosun Lo zanzam nabahu tati Hogu zuli unis gayung Lo genzam bahu tati Hogu zuli unis gayung Ai bobamu zongna estinaha oni Zati uhongi napodingu zusi neni Haruko itrastresna Zana pandangan Masakot gamagohin Gikaritonan Atsogas timbya Lopaguti kumati Zaeduna matoka tunju Gwini na pogu Zahua atan gas timbiai lo paguti ku mati Zae tu nama tota tunju Bini na pagu Zawa atan popa Aikat sodan Sa anai menhojan Hapake tigwi Magai lo kiti ku mati Zae tuju muna Acaca nasu Ipoju gimana tu Zae tu nama tota tunju Bini nai pagu Zahua atan popa Aikat sodan Sa anai menhojan Hapake tigwi Magalo piti ku mati Zae juju muna Acaca nasu Ipoju gimana tu Gua mau masasangan Gua mau maatan Apa lucu natai bali Sapudi gua naik sen popling Natungu ha si ju Hatungu hati manga sinsian Comprendi nata jai sona Este pepli jantai guinahan Za ai parehu hai Ti preciso na sasangi Za ai telu Dispensa pobli Compara ipepli janriku Sairiku malelepan Amonu gimagahi tutuhonnya Sasala pena hajuosnya Lo atan ha ipepli Sa mampus manjoosing Sa todi sinet sunihan Si Zeus confianza mia Za ai parehu hari Ti preciso na sasangi Za ai telu Dispensa pobli Dispensa pobli Dispensa pobli Sahutungan na sumhong Ayonu na kurgohu Lo estahanay gwinahong Imandani historiang Untati jizun para lutang Untati jizu para tinian Lana kita sodagwi tabirahi Untati jizu para saipan Saeju nai na mangagi sodagwi tabirahi Sahutuma na sunong ayong bungong nakurgwahu Loes dahanay ginahong imandani historiaw Sahutuma na sunong ayong bungong nakurgwahu Loes dahanay ginahong imandani historiaw Tatijizu para lutang taong tatijizu para tinian Zanay kita sodagwi tabirahi
We should be getting back very, very soon, like in 3 minutes. So while we're doing that, we would like a number from this group up here. So please, let's get back slowly. 3 minutes to our tables and continue munching on your food while they're playing. As soon as they're done, we're going to have Father Eric come up. Thank you. All right, good job. If you would like to hire this band, I think they're up for hire. Not sure how much their rates are, but it might be affordable. Thank you so much. At this time, we're going to jump ahead in our program to our schedule for 1:30. And there's a lot we could say about this gentleman. And before I introduce him, somebody has lost a key with a blue keychain. It's a post office key. So if you have lost a key, please raise your hand. Or if not, see Auntie Malua. Also, NMC has asked me to remind you that if you have your index cards with questions written on them or opinion statements, please turn them in. Those are supposed to go to NMC as part of the conference proceedings. And last but not least, don't let me forget, Marinas High School dismissal at 2:10. But we got plenty of time until then. And I would like to introduce our next guest at this time. He's originally from Guam and a graduate from Father Dueñas Memorial High School. And he received his BA in history at San Francisco State University in 1984. You can read his bio on the back. But all I can say is I've had the opportunity to interview him on my radio show, and he's quite knowledgeable. He has a great heart for the people, obviously, and he's a pretty funny guy. So please welcome with me. Please join me in welcoming Polly Eric Forbes.
Thank you, Catherine, for that introduction. So, I have such wonderful luck today that I get to speak right after lunch when you're all hospuk and matuhuk. So you don't know this, but I've asked your neighbor, they were sworn to secret, to poke you with their tenedot if you start to sleep. Well, I'm just kidding. But I'm really happy to be here in Saipan. I was a priest here in 91 to 94 in San Roque. I was just a baby priest. I was just ordained in 90. And they said, pack your bags, you're going to Saipan. And I said, great. And I loved the 3 years I was in San Roque. I have some former parishioners here. And so when Malua called me up and she said, Polly, kausinya how matu Saipan? I cut her off right away and I said, Hungan! I don't care. You can ask me to come up and plant corn. I will do whatever as long as I get up here to Saipan. But I was asked to come and speak at this occasion on the subject of culture and cultural research because of my great passion and love for finding out everything I can about the culture that I grew up in, which was a Chamorro household. I'm Mapoksay Biha. My grandmother was born in 1899. Yes, and she raised me. And thank goodness that she lived till 81 years old. And I was with her all those years. Was born in 62. So I'm Mapoksay Biha. I grew up in a Chamorro household, but as you can tell from my skin color, I am mestizo. And my father was a serviceman who was assigned to Guam and met my mother during the Korean War. So I call my mom a war casualty. But thank goodness that she wasn't hit and run. Because they actually got married. My dad went off and finished his service, got his college degree, came back to Guam because he wanted to wear slippers and shorts for the rest of his life. And they made me in Guam in 1962. So I'm very much in love with our culture, our language, and history. And if they ask me, well, what is your title? You know, because other people have PhDs, EDDs, and all the rest. I go, I'm just imbiliquero. That's what since I was a little kid, I will ask my manyayna, how come this, how come that? And sometimes I get scolded because the kids are not supposed to ask those questions, especially Hajita Tanya, you don't ask those questions. But I was in Bilikero, and at the end of my talk, I'm going to try and make all of you Imbilikera, okay? For your own culture and your own history. Now, I was going to begin this talk tonight. It's not, or this afternoon, it's not on the screen. Can we switch to the PowerPoint? Yeah. Staying alive, ha, 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 ha. Okay, yeah. See, you're showing your age, those of you who are dancing, okay? You grew up in the 70s. Okay, no, it's keeping our culture, our languages alive. And I was going to start off, let me see if I can learn technology here. I was going to start using an example that I don't think I need to, because in your sharing among yourselves, you yourselves brought this up. This is a photo of the few remaining people of a certain group of people. Anthropologists might call them a tribe. Not everybody appreciates that word when it's applied to them, so we'll just call them a community of people in South America. And instead of staying alive, they're dying. They're down to the last 3 or 4 members of this community. Why? Because their environment has been drastically changed. Newcomers have come bringing in what you and I can easily survive with a few aspirins or Tylenol, but for thousands of years they weren't exposed to these viruses, and so they die off rather quickly. This is what happened to our people about 400 years ago. And because of the loggers coming into their terrain and tearing down the environment for logging purposes to make money, their natural environment is changed, and they depend on that. That's where they fish and gather their food and whatnot. And so therefore they're perishing, and they're down to 4 or 5 individuals. Can you ever imagine if one day we said, some visitor from Harvard or Yale came to Saipan and said, when they got off the plane, can you take me to the last 3 or 4 Chamorros that exist? Can you take me to the last 3 or 4 Refalawash who exist? You and I never think like that because, we're all Chamorro, we're all Refalawash, we're all here. But that's what many people said hundreds of years ago, will last forever. And it didn't. They didn't. Not all have vanished, but many have. And I'm not saying by any means that you and I are going to vanish as a people, but we've got to be careful. We have to be careful. We have to keep that as a concern. Now, I'm going to switch to an example that might get me into trouble, but I'm going to try and get myself out of trouble by explaining exactly what I mean. Hawaiianization. And of course, if there were Hawaiian in the room, and there might be, they might take exception to what I'm saying because they might misinterpret it. So I'm going to try and explain myself. I do not mean by Hawaiianization something bad that the Hawaiian people are responsible for. Quite the opposite. I would like to use the term Hawaiianization to describe a reality that has been put on the Hawaiian people, the native Hawaiian people, which means to be marginalized in their own land, pushed to the side. So I go to Hawaii because you have to connect flights, right? You stay in Hawaii a few days to get over the jet lag and whatnot. And one of the things that always leaves an empty spot in my spirit when I go to Hawaii is I don't see Hawaiians. I see a lot of Hawaiian stuff. You walk through the airport and you hear, Nani vale ha, but I don't interact with Hawaiians. Now, the Hawaiian themselves will tell me, oh, that's a Hawaiian, she's Hawaiian, he. But we can't really tell, can we? It's very difficult. Of course, there are small groups of indigenous people who are fighting hard, very hard, to keep the Hawaii in Hawaii, to speak the language, and many people do speak Hawaiian, but you gotta go look for them. It's not just something you hear when you're walking through Times or one of their supermarkets there. There are a few who are living the traditional life on Niihau, and many of the externals are there. Practically everything has a Hawaiian name. And like I said, many people say, well, I'm Hawaiian. Yes, they are. You can't take that away. If they self-describe as Hawaiian, we have to respect that the same way that I self-describe as Chamorro and would like to be respected for that. But it's a far cry from the Hawaii when it was truly the kingdom of Hawaii in their own hands. And this is my fear. My fear is that here in the CNMI and in Guam, especially in Guam, we're headed towards that kind of Chamorro or Refalawash existence, that it becomes almost like a tourist Refalawash, a tourist Chamorro existence for the sake of the tourists. So, just as a kind of visual contrast between Hawaiians when Hawaii felt more Hawaiian, and then a Hawaiian dance group whom I'm not saying or suggesting by any means that they're not Hawaiian, but you can see the outside influence that has also come in. Well, you can look at me up here at this podium and see the outside influence that has come into the Chamorro race. So, and the same thing with our own people, the Chamorros. So, an artist's rendition, we cannot say that in every single aspect or detail that this is a completely accurate depiction of Chamorros before Western contact, but we can generally say that it has something to tell us about pre-contact Chamorro life, especially the caste system, with the mangatsang bowing to the matua, and what was described as the style, at least at one time, because different descriptions exist. Some say the men wore their hair long, some say that it was bald except for a little tuft, and we can see, there's another depiction of this that the hut actually has as support lati columns. And then you see how things have changed in the second picture there with Nana in her mestiza, which is a Philippine-influenced colonial dress, and next to her, her granddaughter, who probably spoke mostly English, if not exclusively English. So you see how all these changes with the same people, the Chamorro people. And so besides political colonization, there's also cultural colonization, and it's going on all the time. And you don't need to go and conquer. You don't have to send armies to a smaller land to culturally colonize them. Just technology alone nowadays can do that. As somebody said, that the universal language is broken English. You can go almost anywhere in the world and make yourself understood with broken English and be understood with your broken English. The Coca-Colanization, that's another phrase, Coca-Cola, it's everywhere. The Coca-Colanization of the world has been underway for many years now. So you and I live in a cultural context, the CNMI and Guam, where besides political colonization, it's also a cultural colonization going on, where our language, we're dropping our indigenous languages. And by the way, I just want to say how proud I am to have heard Chamorro and Refalawash coming from the lips of such young faces. You made me very proud today. I love to hear it. Na zinaho humungo ki manamkod zangyan mangwekwentos, gifino niya, gifino Chamorro, gifino Refalawash, la bonitunya para guaho iparabay ekungok ipatgo na fumifino Chamorro, pat Refalawash. Si Zeus Masi. Attitudes are changing. Someone mentioned that we're switching now in Guam. This is full blown. You'll find the mangingi on Guam mainly among young people associated with the church, the tanores, the servers, because for some reason the Pali kind of calls that out of you to fangingi. But in other settings, it's being replaced by the kiss, as we've been saying. This is the influence of the other cultures coming in, because for the traditional Chamorro, as I understand it, the kiss with the lips is only for the spouses. It's only for the spouses. It's romantic. The Chamorros kiss with the nose. Right? That's why we call it ngingi. Ahiti matiku ininyo na mangingingi ininyo, right? So we kiss with the nose. And that's very primal. It's very primal because you smell the essence of the other person, especially if they haven't showered that morning. Yeah? That's the true. It's not Chanel number 5. It's the true person you're smelling, okay? Social rules. That's changing so much. Changing so much. In the old days, everybody waved at each other, right? When I first got here in 91, when I would drive up to San Roque, of course, it's only Tanopac and San Roque, so very few cars, but they would almost all, like Luta, where it's still there, they'll start to wave at you. At saka Democrat, at saka Republican, doesn't matter. Ma'aaluf, right? Until they find out, oh, contrario, next time, no, never mind. But now you don't even get a smile. You know, they don't even smile at you. Values and practices, that's all changing at the present moment at lightning speed. Lightning speed. When I got here in 91, I had about 15 or 20 tanores, in those days all boys, and I could already see the change. Why? Because those altar boys who were 10 years old and up were all speaking Chamorro to each other. And this is in 91. So now these guys are parents. The altar boys who were 9 years old and younger were all speaking English to each other. And I started, why that cutoff? Why 10? And then I figured out why. Because cable TV did not come to Saipan until 10 years before 91. So in the 80s, cable TV came. So it was sitting in front of that box. Nowadays, your generation, I don't think, even sits in front of the TV. You've all got it on your laptops or phones. But in those days, the cable TV was the big thing. And that's how English was propagated and replaced the indigenous languages. It was brought up, emigration and immigration. So emigration are the people leaving the CNMI. And I travel a lot. I spend October, November with the Chamorro communities in the West Coast. And if I go up to Portland, then and Seattle, then the Refalawash come in too, because there's a big community up there as well. And our people have left because of finances. They get better jobs, better pay, can send their kids to better schools quite easily. They qualify for state tuition and whatnot. But that means one less Chamorro or Refalawash here to keep the community numerically strong and culturally strong. This is where we're going to get our leaders, and they're leaving for the 50 states. Then there's immigration, so the people from outside coming in. Now, in the old days, that wasn't a big problem at all, or it didn't have too much of an effect on us. Why? Because these were the few Caucasians or Japanese or what have you, Filipinos coming in like drops in a Chamorro and Refalawash ocean. They became Chamorro. They became Chamorro. And I was fortunate, I was born in 62, I was fortunate to meet some of these pre-war, quote-unquote, foreigners who married into local families, and they spoke Chamorro. Now, they had a very noticeable accent. Sometimes it made us laugh, but they spoke Chamorro. Now it's the opposite, right? We are picking up their language. And we've already talked about technology, which is leading us to that globalization, the global village. Everybody is speaking broken English. And yet, despite these threats to us, and yet, we will always be a little different. Even you guys who got up and said, I'm allowed to say it, but I don't even speak my own language. You get on a plane and go to Seattle or Portland or what have you for school, and you think you're very Americanized. Well, the folks back there will let you know you're different. You only speak English, you're an American citizen, you know all of this stuff. No, you don't live in coconut trees, and you're not wearing grass skirts, but you're different. They'll tell you that. And then you'll go, oh my goodness. So this is how that identity, that questioning one's identity starts. You're here in home, you don't speak the language of your nana, you think I guess I'm very Americanized, then you move over there, and then you find out you're not quite American. And then that's them telling you that in subtle ways sometimes. They won't come out oftentimes and tell you flat out, oh, you might be an American citizen and you might be culturally American, but you're not really American. Very rarely will they tell you that, but the message is there. And sometimes it's unintentional. They don't consciously think that way, but they subconsciously think that way many times. And so you do get a little bit of a different treatment, okay? Or they will ask you, how do you say this in your language? And you go, let me call up my mom. Let me message my mom, okay? And the reason for this, one of it is because the place changes us. We come from a small island. We come from a humid tropical island that has 12 years of summer. We have only 3 seasons, the dry season, the wet season, and campaign season. Those are the only 3 seasons we have. And that affects us. The typhoons that we have, that affects our mentality. This is why I think we kind of, don't have heart attacks and strokes over small things, because we're used to typhoons coming in and blowing everything to bits. And it's like, no big deal. We'll just get the sin and re-roof our house. We're used to things being lost and damaged. Society changes us or shapes us because you rub elbows with the local people here all the time. That is going to seep into your psyche. Even if you think you're not Chamorro in thinking and speech or Refalawash in those things, nonetheless, even if you're hearing your elders speak the language and you don't understand what they're saying, it's somehow making an impression on you that you are those people. So that when you move to the States, it's kind of like, it's pretty hard to fit right in with an Irish-American family like mine. So my dad's side is Irish-American. So I go over there and I put on my smile and I try to act really American. And the whole time I'm there, I'm like, get me out of here. Not really, I love them. Of course I love them. But it just doesn't feel as comfortable as the place I actually grew up, where the place, the family, the society shaped and helped form my thinking, my behaving, my feeling, and even my speaking. Because many of you might think that the way I sound at this microphone right now sounds very American. But when I go over to the States and I preach, especially towards the end of the sermon when I start to get more emotional, then all of a sudden I'm talking like this. I'm speaking in English, but I've got that island intonation. And at the end of the Mass, because these people, because I go from parish to parish, they don't know me. They come up to me and they go, "Now, Father, you're white, but you're not really from here, are you?" I go, "How could you tell?" So you see, because we are in a local ocean here, so all of these factors shape us into who we are. Okay? And as I said, others will challenge you. Who are you? What's a Saipanese? Well, it's like the big fight we have on Guam. What's a Guamanian, right? It just tells you that someone's from Guam, but there's different people on Guam, and there's different people on Saipan. So Saipanese, Rotanese, Tinyanese may not be the best description of who you are. And so we have this, perhaps it's identity crisis. A crisis does not necessarily mean a bad thing. It simply means that you are between 2 hard places and you better make a decision. But those decisions can be good ones, life-changing, positive decisions. So crisis is not necessarily a negative. But we sometimes feel like the first picture that we're melting away, like who we really are. And then the second picture, perhaps we wear a certain kind of mask, our Americanized mask, but deep down, there's something at our core that makes us different, even if we don't speak the language. It was very interesting for me to interview, for my DVD, which I'll talk about later, to interview the Mercy Sisters on Guam. The Mercy Sisters were founded right after the war, 46. And these American nuns, led by one Chamorro nun who went over to North Carolina and joined them, brought them back to establish the Mercy Sisters on Guam. And the big push after World War II on Guam was Americanization. No more Chamorro. You were forbidden to speak Chamorro. You were fined 25 cents a word if you spoke Chamorro in the schools. And all of these Chamorro girls, at one time there were like 80 Chamorro Mercy Sisters. All of these Chamorro girls joined the Mercy Sisters, and they became the agents of Americanization on Guam. Why? Because they founded all of these parochial schools, these Catholic schools, where they would take the ruler and slap your fingertips if you spoke Chamorro. So these Chamorro sisters were the agents of Americanization. Astounding if you really think about it. Now, guess what? Now they're in their 70s and 80s, living in retirement in their convents in Guam. And I go to visit them, and guess what language they're speaking? I feel like getting out my ruler. I'm kidding. I love them. I love them to death, these nuns. But you see how they can wear that American mask. And the mask doesn't necessarily mean negative. It's just another layer of who you are and how you act. But so they put on this American mask, but once they don't need the mask, because they're not teaching anymore, they're retired, they're manomko. They need to rest. The only appointments they have are to the clinic. So the real person comes out. The Chamorro sister. So now we have what we're experiencing since the 90s, maybe the 80s was the start, this Chamorro revitalization, cultural revival, Refalawash revival. It's going on now among our young people. And it's finding its main expression in the dance groups, of which there are an abundance on Guam. And it started up here as well. Some of the dance groups here are associated with the mother dance group down on Guam. We won't want to lose out on our kitchen Chamorro, all right? That's what I call kitchen Chamorro. So this will be the last thing that dies culturally, okay? The day that none of us can even say babay peta, the day that none of us can say hiliso, when the last person on Saipan can say metaw fueri, we'll still have this. This will be the last thing that dies. Because it's material, and it's money, and it makes our stomach happy. We're not going to let go of this. But what a pity if this is the entirety of our local culture. Show us something of your local culture. Come to the kitchen. So this is what I call kitchen Chamorro. And this, back to this is what I call, and I'm going to get some people hating me, but I mean it in a very specific way and non-judgmental. I'm describing what I see happening. I call this performance Chamorro. There's an occasion, there's an event, they want entertainment, they want dancers. There's a blessing, there's a new this, a new that. They want us to go and chant and dance. So it's almost like this on the right. Someone putting on the costume. And let's get into this mode for an hour. Rather than, this is a life. This is who I am from the moment I wake up. When I wake up in the morning, I even say, I didn't puti atazo. You know, from the moment we're alive in the morning till the time we go to sleep, this is who we are. That's what we're losing. So, hopefully one of these days we can spend a little bit more time on the Chamorro language, but I would hate for the Chamorro language to die. I would hate for the Refalawash language to die. Although I wasn't on Saipan long enough to learn it, but I was telling somebody just about 10 minutes before I got up here, como sumagadzu Saipan mas, como lumasagadzu Saipan, esta by pairi fumino Refalawash. Sa esta hututuhun. Our secretaries at the Guma Cappuccino were Refalawash. And they started to teach me a little Refalawash. especially some of the naughty words. Well, I had to hear your confession. So I had to know. After mano umisaw gi Chamorro, after mano umisaw gi Refaluas. Sa kumusangani to hafa gi halam confessional that you comprendi. All right, so anyway. Because language is more than bosu, plotu, putta, kisame, satgi. Language is more than a word to describe things out there. No. Language is a medium of conveying feelings, values, ideas from the inside of who you and I are. Language is an expression of you, not the bosu, of you. So for example, I'll just use this as a little example. The Chamorita verses that are traditional in the Chamorro culture. Janging guahahau hunoi, tamo sasangan gipalu. Sa anestaw na matungo, ti hunoyaw na mutalu. Okay. I know, if I didn't become a priest, I would be, I don't know. But the ones who perhaps, the majority who responded to that, could understand between the lines what's being said. You see, it's not just the word itself, it's what's not being said, but the word gives us a hint. Basically, what this verse says is, if I give you something, don't tell the others. Because if you let them know, I won't give you your food again. But food there stands for something else. Maybe it'll help you to understand that this is a woman telling a man. Oh, now you know. Now you know. See? See? You don't speak Chamorro, many of you. Many of you don't speak Chamorro, but it's in you because if I explain it to you in English, you got it. Because the Chamorro way of thinking is still in you. You see? Not all is lost. Now, from a Picaru now to a Santos. This is from a church hymn. Now, this is also very deeply Chamorro and probably Refaloas and probably many other cultures because it's maternal. It's from the mama. I can sing it, but for some reason I can't remember the tune. Umagang isay nata. Umagang isay nata. Ilek niya mahudzo. Itay hanum na nona. Jineng jung takalum. Mahamitaw gimatonya. Dos lagu dongkulu. Za adzuha atui. Imahuna podgun. Okay. But now you see how the older people just picked that up. We don't even have hymnals. We don't need it. It's all in our being, these church hymns. But to translate so that you can understand, this is all about the love of a mother for her son. Now it's Mary and Jesus nailed to the cross. And Jesus says, I'm thirsty. But the mother doesn't have water. What a position for a mother to be in. She sees her son dying on the cross, thirsty, and she has nothing to come to his rescue with. But out of her eyes spurts two large tears. Mamitsa gimatanya dos lagu donkulu zaadzu haatui. That's what she offered. Imahu napagkun. I'm almost about to cry. That's how deep this wording is for me. The love of a mother who has to resort to her own tears to give to her son, her thirsty son and dying son. Boy, if we lose our Chamorro language, we're going to lose this. This is not, I hope, going to happen. We're going to change that. So let's talk a little bit about language vitality. So this, this description, this format comes from UNESCO, the United Nations I forget what ESCO, but it's the education arm of public education arm of the United Nations. They came up with this. A language is considered safe if it's spoken by all generations, in the media, business, etc., out there. Okay? In other words, we don't qualify because I'm up here speaking to you in English. So English is safe, but Chamorro and Refalawash are not. Because even by sharing a few Chamorro verses with you, half the room couldn't understand it. Okay? So it's vulnerable if the language is not spoken by children outside the home. The children speak it, but only inside the home. But the minute they step outside the home, they switch to another language, the dominating language. Third, definitely endangered is it's not even spoken by the children at all. Severely endangered, only spoken by the older generations, and critically endangered when even those older speakers are only semi-speakers and they number just a handful. Where do you think, just shout out the number, 2, 3, 4, where do you think we are with Chamorro? Some say 5. Okay, 3, yeah. Okay, I would say we're definitely at 3. I don't know if we'd be at 5. That's a little too extreme, number 5. But don't forget, you only got to 5 because you were at 3 at one time. So it's a march of progress, if you will say, in the opposite direction. I was going to say something and it left my mind. It proves I do have a mind. We're losing our connection with the land and with the sea. So in one picture you see the mais. Before the Japanese took over CNMI and made them all floating sugarcane fields, the Chamorros and the... Oh, that was it. I was going to ask about the Refalawash. Would you say we're at 3, 4, or 5 with the Refalawash? 3 again. 3 again. The same thing. 2. Some say 1. Wow. Okay. So you know what that tells me? There's a lot more a variety in the answers, so it depends on the family, I would suppose. And it's true because I go around. I told you I'm Imbilikero, right? And I'm also Tisinyaketu. So, so I'm always going around. As a matter of fact, I was here earlier and I ducked out. I went to Cacman and I went to District 4 because I'm leaving tonight, so I had to contact these 2 families. And the family I visited in District 4 are Refalawash. And they really try to get their little kids to speak Refalawash. Other Refalawash families that I visit, it's not as strong. So yeah, I can understand why there's different answers. Now with the connection of land and sea, we used to be a corn-based culture, the Chamorros. All right? Rice was only once in a blue moon, a big feast or something, because it's harder to grow rice. So we're talking about Spanish times before stores, before the ships were bringing in food. What we grew is what we ate. And corn was easy, 2, 3 harvests a year, and easier to plant. And then, of course, fishing. Now, look at what happened to Luta last year. I went to Luta last year. I went to a store to buy butedjan honum sa tadza. Tadza butedjan honum. Why? Because the ship couldn't unload. So it's not far-fetched. It's not something to laugh about. It could very well happen to you and me here. And that is world conditions, God forbid, but there's some huge crisis in the world and the ships can't come to the Marianas. What are we going to do for food? Do you know how to go out and grow corn? Some of you know how to go out and fish, but just within the reef. So this is going to be a matter of life and death problem. Now, 100 years ago, our people didn't need the ships to come. We lived off the land and the sea. And it's more than just feeding our bellies. Do you know what herbs out there in the jungle to get if you have a headache, if you have cramps, if you have this, if you have that? Do you know how? Manny Borjas here, he'll give you the book. But it's more than just the book. It's learning how to actually do it. to have your nana or your tata to teach you, because it's more than just book learning. So this is one of our critical areas to look at. The relationships we have, for example, just one custom to the bridal couple to go back to the home, to the manyayna to get their blessing. Is that done anymore? Después de umasaga y dos, humano tatigima para o fangogo y bendición y manyayna. Kamatotsugo yan na pago? Ahi no? Gigon makpu misa? Or ceremonias gikotti? Manhano para reception. But look at that picture of the bridal couple kneeling before the sign to get the blessing. That's a question of relationships. And that's also the beauty of the mangingi. Remember I said that the kiss is affection. The mangingi is a recognition of relationship. From the superior to the inferior. It has nothing to do with age. I don't know about here, but in Guam, many of the older ladies don't like to be mangingi. If you try to fangingi with some of the ladies on Guam, they will chase you away. It has nothing to do with age. It is about relationship. Isaina and the lower. Okay? But the higher, the saina, has obligations towards the younger. It's not a question of oppression or domination. It's a relationship. So we fanging it to the saina, but when we're in trouble, the saina has an obligation to take care of us. This is expressed in the mangingi, not with a kiss. So this is why culture is important. It deals with relationships. And the other picture, maafti igima, who is involved in the re-roofing of the house? The whole neighborhood. Why? Because when your house needs to be maafti, then you reciprocate, right? And join the crew. Now, materially, we can't do that because we don't build houses like this anymore. Do you think we could get the neighbors to come and help us pour cement? Well, maybe it might be a good idea. Or if we can't all help with the laying or the pouring of cement, what other ways, what modern ways can neighbors practice this value of helping each other out? Well, yeah, you have a party, so I go over and help you chop the onions, right? And then the other party, you help build the palapala. It's not too late. Where there's a will, there's a way. And I would ask you guys, we heard some examples of the manyayna insisting that the children or the young ones speak the language. How about the other way around? You young people insist that your parents and grandparents speak to you in the language. Why don't you do that? Why don't you turn the tables? So your mother says to you, boy, go fan to the store. What if you said to her, dispensa sa nalaw, tu comprende if you know English? Right? It's your way saying, Mom, if you really want me to go buy the dozen eggs, you better tell me in tomorrow, otherwise you're not going to have the eggs. Ask, ask, ask. Write, write, write. Record, record, record. Collect, collect, collect. I started collecting when I was 10 years old in my grandmother's cabinet. She'd come in, because maybe she didn't want me to find something. But I found things. I found baptismal certificates from before the war. I found old photographs from before the war. I found old novena books that the termites didn't eat all of it. I said, I'm only 10 years old. 10 years old. But I started to learn already. I'll bet you can do the same. Now, if I were you, especially if you don't have a grandma like mine who was very consentidora, she would just allow me to do whatever. I was very spoiled. If you're going to get in trouble, maybe you want to ask permission. But collect. Because in my family, nobody was interested. The younger group was not interested in collecting the photos. Now I have 200-300 photos of my family. They weren't interested. But when they need it, who do they ask? Me. Say, hey, do you have a picture of Auntie so-and-so? Say, someone, eh? How come you didn't take care of these pictures? I had to go and collect them all. So you do the same. Proceed with caution. These are just things because I'm almost at my time limit. So I'm going to speed up a little. When I say proceed with your cultural advocacy, your research, your questioning, your documenting, your collecting, but proceed with caution. And what I would say with your dance groups, proceed with caution, because we have this false idea of purity, that who's the true tomorrow? Who's the true Rifalawash? Who's the pure tomorrow? Who's the pure Rifalawash? And it doesn't exist. The only tomorrow that exists is the tomorrow who exists. Not some idea, pure. You know, like Matapang is pure. You see. Who was Matapang? Matapang was a product of his times. Right? The way things were. Do you think all the Chamorros were the same people for the last 4,000 years? For 4,000 years, there have been people in the Marianas. When did the Laddie Stones come about? 1,000 years ago. Not 4,000, 1,000. So imagine the first Chamorro who saw the first Laddie Stone being built by some Chamorros. Where did they get the idea? So DNA suggests that there were various waves of people from Southeast Asia who came in. So imagine this, and imagine some Chamorro saying, for this tina haligi? Nuevo. Well, they wouldn't have said nuevo because that's Spanish. But they, let's just for a conversation, just say, nuevo esti natali esti na klasen haligi. Tear it down. Because we never saw that before. The Laddie Stone. So you see, change is part of life. Change is part of life. You can never step in the same river twice. Because you put your foot in, take it out. By the time you put your foot back in, the water has flown. It's not exactly the same river. And that's the story of life. It's always in change. So be careful of that, right? Oh, we want to get back to the pure this or the pure that. I mean, there is a value in there. I'm not knocking that. But extremes are almost never helpful. And I said that in a very unextreme way by saying almost never helpful. So I don't want to be extreme even in my advocacy against extremism. Can you tell me what that is? You're cheating because I already put it up there. What is that? But what's it called? Katupat. You don't see it anymore. But in the old days, when your dad went to the lansu, to the gualo, he would take katupat because it was cooked rice without the need for refrigeration. And he'd find whatever, and that would be the ogun to go with his totsi, right? Well, you think this is just chamorro? Well, guess what? This is ketupat, and that's how they say it, ketupat in Indonesia. They have ketupat, we have katupat. Wow! How's that possible? We're two different people with the same roots. The Chamorros have the Southeast Asian roots, the Austronesian roots. So do the Rifalawash, but from a different branch. So how can we revive what is lost? There are some things in our culture, in our language that are lost. That's it. It's lost. Sorry to say. I'm very sorry to say. Once in a blue moon, we rediscover it, like babaw. The word babaw. It's where we get the name babauta. People would ask me, what does babauta mean? 20 years ago, I would say, I don't know. But then we discovered in the writings of Father Garcia, who wrote just a few years after the death of San Vitores, he wrote a description of life with the missionaries here in the Marianas in the 1670s. And he quotes a letter from one of the missionaries saying, and then these Chamorro warriors came at us with their babaw. And what is a babaw? An emblem? a shield, a flag, a banner. The Christian Chamorros called the kiluus, the cross, the babauzuus. Babauzuus. The emblem, the sign, the symbol of God. So babao means all of those things. Babauta. That's what babauta means. Our sign, symbol, emblem, so forth and so on. So we were lucky because a missionary wrote it down, but they didn't write down everything. So a lot of it is lost. And I'm sorry. I've traveled the whole world looking for the lost dictionary. I couldn't find it. So some things, I'm afraid, cannot be rescued. Revival does not necessarily mean purity. So a lot of people have conflict with these Chamorro dance groups because the Manomko look at that and say, that's not Chamorro. And the historical researchers look at that and go, well, you know, if you really want to be authentic about these Chamorro dance groups, you see these girls up there? They should have basically nothing on their bodies. You see that top that these girls are wearing? That's not authentic. That's because the Chamorro women went topless. So our American is showing these girls are Americanized Chamorro girls, and so they're going to act the way they are. What did I say? The only Chamorro who exists is the Chamorro who exists. These are the Chamorros that exist, not some theoretical Chamorro that conforms to some idea of purity and authenticity. This is authentic Chamorro of her generation, of her times and place and values and culture. And the Manamku are not going to be able to relate very well with that because they come from a different time and ideas and whatnot. And so you know what I say? I say, don't be the police. Don't be the police. So you see the dish of that radish, that pickled radish. Here in Saipan, they say takwang. On Guam, they say daigo. Which is the true Chamorro? Takwang or daigo? And I'll say neither because todos fino Japanese. Ang bisineng kano, timatatanum rad. I don't think so. I'm not a farmer. But see, we're arguing over what is true Chamorro and how to spell the true Chamorro way to spell. Por favor, you're using A, B, and C. Ginenmano na A, B, and C? That's not even from the Marianas. You're using the European spelling. So is it RRO or RU? Let's not argue how to spell Chamorro. Let's try to speak Chamorro. I don't care how you spell it. If you spell my name E-R-I-K, I know it's me. This check's for me. I know that. This envelope's for me. So let's not argue about those things. Let's try and live it. Not that spelling is not important. I'm just trying to say, calm down. Don't be the police. Don't arrest me. And when I'm in Guam, I say daigo. When I'm in Saipan, I say takwang. That's the best way to do things, is do it the way the locals do it. The last thing I did when I was a priest here in Saipan was, well, taigwini bidadata Guam. No way. I'm in Saipan now. So I'm going to do things the Saipan way. And then the one that I skip. It says, why skip? And I skipped it. But this is what's going on too. We're skipping, right? We all want to go back to Chamorro before the Europeans came. Why? What was wrong with Nana in 1920? That's not Chamorro? Well, that's not really Chamorro because Nana's wearing a mestiza na, and that's from the Philippines, and that was influenced by the Spanish. Also, you're trying to tell me that you, dressed like that, are more Chamorro, ang bistiyong tungo fumino Chamorro, but aplingaw fumino Chamorro. And Nana is less Chamorro than you because she's wearing that mestiza and she's Catholic and she has a few Spanish words in her vocabulary? I was born at night, but not last night. But this is what some of these Chamorro advocates are trying to tell me, that my grandmother was less Chamorro. She was a different kind of Chamorro than the Mangatsang and the Matua on the left. She was a different kind of Chamorro, but she was Chamorro. I'll tell you what, World War III breaks out again, my grandmother can plant corn. I'm going to be starving because I'm a Fanyagon Americano and all I know how to do is buy corn. My grandmother knew how to grow corn. And that's exactly what they did during the Japanese occupation. Do your research. As Einstein said, if we knew what we were doing, it would not be called research, would it? In other words, have the humility to say, I don't know. Don't pretend to know. Don't pretend to know. Where did the Chamorros come up with this or that? Well, the Chamorros came up with this. Wow. We're talking about 300 years ago? Were you around? How do you know that that was the case, huh? And be okay with not knowing everything. Many times, why are the laddies still there at the quarry in Asnieves, Luta? If you go to Asnieves, Luta, the Tosa is still in the ground, the Haligi are still in the ground. It's like the Chamorros were chipping away, and then someone said, break! And they went to take their coffee break or their puwa break and never came back. So, how come? So some people have theories. Oh, sa man moto na yung Espanyol, sa man malogwi, Chamorro, and all that. Well, didn't they come back? Dale. Di kikitono luta, sa tisinya mabira siya. So, we really don't have a good explanation. Why did the Chamorros just drop their tools and leave these things in the ground? And you know what? We probably will never know, and I'm okay with that. I would like to know the answer, but if it doesn't come, what can we do? So a little bit more about my work.
Dispensa, Pauli. Dispensa no, senor. At 2 o'clock, pretty soon, the Cagman High students will be leaving, and at 2:10, I think 2:12 to 15, the MHS students are leaving. So please write down your questions, and you can bring it. Tomorrow morning, we'll do a recap, and we want to hear what are your tough questions so that Pauli can hopefully respond or we can help.
Okay, so
okay. Dispensa, Pauli.
Okay. Okay, so I got another 5 minutes? 5 minutes? Okay, I promise 5 minutes. And if I go 6 minutes, I'll go to confession. All right. So, I work with documents. I'll do this really fast. I work with documents. So, if I can convince 3 or 4 of you people to go to college and major in Spanish, and then major in archival Spanish, so that you know the old words and the way to decipher the writing, then you can come back to the CNMI, work for the archives, work for NMC or whatever, and help us with the old documents, okay? Interview your manyayna. TANESCO was a great source of information, but I was able to record about 2-3 years of her interviews. I conduct workshops all over. That Halitronko, I did a genealogy workshop, like Junpan here works with genealogy. I write, so I was the religion editor for Guampedia and online. I did this DVD, and here, my hope for the CNMI is contained in this picture taken here at the turn of the century, 1900, here in Saipan. There's a Chamorro lady, because she's wearing the house dress mestiza, not the fancy one. And let's just say she had a very healthy appetite. And She's talking with, looks to me like 4 guys, and the one kneeling is a girl. Now, the back of the photo didn't identify the men. Would you say they're Refaloas? I tend to agree, because although there were soldiers here, because Germany had all of these lands, there were soldiers here from Papua New Guinea, and there were Samoans here too. I don't think that their attire speaks more of PNG and Samoa. I would tend toward Refaloas, but I don't want to be black and white because I could be wrong. But anyway, let's just suppose that these are Refaloas men, and there's a Chamorro, Remalrales woman, and guess what? They're having a good old time because she's laughing. They just told her a good joke, or she was telling them a joke that was so funny, she started laughing before she finished telling the joke. But whatever the case is, here in Saipan, as Malua said in the beginning, dos na tautagwis gid sa Saipan. I Refaloas, I Chamorro, and we've been together for close to 200 years. And let us be proud of who we are. And some of you have intermarried, so Chamolinian, and you're proud of both. Taimano ilenya yung palauan ni Japanese tatanya, jan Chamorro na nanya, zahu faisingwi sa giduran tinigera, zahu faisin esti na palauan, esti na sainahu. Giduran tinigera kau mamohlo hao na pakti Japanese hao sa positotomo za opizo pali kau para baigwai za iagapa na kanaiho za baitsali iakagwi na kanaiho para baigwai za todidos. Am I going to hate my right hand and love my left hand, or vice versa? Am I going to hate my Japanese father and love my Chamorro mother, or am I going to love them both? So whoever you are, that's you. And be proud of who you are, live who you are, and celebrate who you are. Amen.
Amen. Woo! Okay, malatalo ta na pagpaki si Polly Eric Forbes, Panuyi ni Guinaiza. Can we have the panelists for education and language and music and arts up on the stage, please? The panelists for education and language and music and arts. We're combining both, okay? Si Dr. Laura Sauder, si Joe Limis, Jesus Ilamito.
There is a very opposite and illicit concern. We're all here, all the panels, the title of the panels that are supposed to be discussed are meant to include this generation here, the high school students. And if they were to leave, it's like we're defeating the purpose of being here. So I would like to ask the panelists who are next committee. I don't want to make this decision by myself, so I need help. And this is just something that was brought up because we're here, mostly the focus is the students. So I would like to have a minute with my committee here. Okay, the decision is we will not continue with the panel so we can give these rare opportunities to the students. So we will continue tomorrow as soon as they arrive. There will be no talk before them. As soon as they come in, we will have the panel that's scheduled for now, the education and language up on the stage. So I would like to apologize to the panelists that are scheduled and have been waiting around. It's something that's out of our control, and these 2 days are really meant for our students as well as other community members that are here. So, but we would like the rest of you to stay back and address everything that was discussed this morning, the keynote and the panelists that had went on already, and then come up with a draft resolution from today. And then give them a recap when they come in tomorrow and continue with the panelists, or continue on with the program. Okay? Hello? Is it good? There is really no other way. Thank you. Thank you. Please don't go. Those of you that are not students, we need you around. If you have to go, then you have to go. But if you don't have to go, please stay around and let's discuss what went on this morning and come up with some report and put it in the form of draft resolution. Yes, and Dr. Betances is keynoting. As soon as all the students arrive, we will do the keynoting and move on to our, keynote, and then move on to the panel. That was a mistake I made the first time that we come in and get into the panelists. We keynote and get into the panels as soon as the student get here. Thank you. Okay, thank you. Thank you. So where are the facilitator? Can we get our group together? For those of you that are not students, and even students, I think MHS or Cagman boss is not here? It's here? Okay, so let's continue with the discussion. Father Eric is here. Maybe we can take this. Where's John Gonzalez? Questions to, since he's still here, the students are still here.
Okay. Pues maila pagod at faisin si Pauli, hafa malagumizu para in faisin. Questions? Saipan Southern Bus is here. Okay, questions for Pauli Eric. Senator Sixto.
Pauli, I apologize. I'm not sure whether this question is only for you, not necessarily, but maybe also for Father Arthur and maybe Dr. Betansi tomorrow. But I just wanted to generalize this question and maybe you can give some response to it. But as Father Arthur mentioned, that young people need sensible answer with respect to questions or whys on our culture. Otherwise, the gathering will be moot. And I believe you were, with your presentation, you were you were discussing about culture and indigenous. And so I believe that this is something that is an important question for our children or the students, since a lot of us are either Carolinian or Chamorro or mixed. And I think that if there's confusion on the fundamentals, it may be moot or worthless for us to continue. And one of them is there is a group within our community fighting for indigenous rights. Specifically, they are fighting for Chamorro indigenous and stating that Carolinians are not indigenous and that every record in the CNMI, including the Constitution and Covenant, must be corrected to remove the Carolinians as indigenous and that the only indigenous must be Chamorros as indigenous people in the CNMI. So I guess with your presentation, the question whether this is true or whether this may be somehow detrimental towards the indigenous leadership that we're here gathered to try and discuss amongst the language in our community.
Thank you for the question. I think you could tell from the last 2 minutes of my presentation my views about that, right? That I said for the last almost 200 years, the Refaloash and the Chamorro communities have existed side by side here in Saipan. The question is concerning indigenous. Well, let's try and define that. That's always the first step in any discussion, is to use the same word with the same meaning. Because two people can fight about green, but mean two different things by the word green. So they discover after an hour of fighting that they actually have the same opinion, but they were using a word in two different ways. So what do we mean by indigenous? So I'm going to have to ask you, what does this group advocating the position that only Chamorros are indigenous to Saipan, is it indigenous to Saipan or the CNMI, first of all?
CNMI.
Okay. What do they mean by indigenous?
I believe what they're referring to is because in our records, it states that the two indigenous of the CNMI are Carolinian and Chamorro. And what they're advocating is that they must remove Carolinian and that it must only be Chamorro. And I believe one of their statements is that they were using an example of a long time ago down in the outer islands of Satawal or somewhere where the Chamorros were chased out. So somehow they're kind of using that as an impetus to say that they must return the favor or something like that.
Well, then, therefore, I would like to ask them for documentation that Chamorros were evicted from Satawal because, what's today, September 28th? This is the first time I've ever heard that. September 28, 2016, that's the first I ever heard that there were Chamorros in Satawal and that they were kicked out. I've never heard that. Second of all, they still haven't, as far as I'm concerned, I still haven't heard a definition of indigenous. What you said was they're advocating that only Chamorros be described in the Constitution as indigenous, but I still don't have a definition of indigenous. And I think that's important. What do we mean by indigenous?
Father Eric, that's what I'm saying because I believe
right.
And I was trying to get at, I believe as Hillary Clinton once stated about somebody rubbing salt on old wounds. And I believe based on your last statement about trying, everybody's trying so hard to try and go back many, many years and to try and state that this is where the indigenous should be. The Chamorros must be Chamorros.
Yeah.
There must first identification to just indigenous.
But the Constitution is a legal document. So everything has a legal definition, therefore, in that legal document. And so, therefore, we should define these legal terms. What is indigenous? Go ahead.
Let me just, Sinta Kaipat here, just add to this discussion because I have spoken to this person before that Senator Sixto Gisomar is referring to. I believe that her belief is that only the Chamorros are indigenous to the Marianas, but the Carolinians are NMD descents, they're CNMI descents. And that was the reason why she wanted to, I guess, rewrite our Constitution to throw out the recognition of the Rafalwash people as one of two indigenous peoples of the CNMI. And it wasn't that the Chamorros were kicked out of Satawa. That's correction on that. Their beef, or her beef in particular, was that the Chamorros were removed from Saipan and Tinian, removed down to Guam, and that's when the Rafalawash, who were seeking a new home, escaping the floods, typhoon, came to the Marianas, and that's the beef right there, that the Rafalawash people are not indigenous, therefore they should not be referred to as indigenous.
Because indigenous means?
Indigenous means the original settlers of the Mariana Islands.
And therefore only the original inhabitants of a place have a right to X, Y, and Z?
Yes.
And who makes that decision?
She did, this individual.
That's what she's advocating, that who agree with? She's advocating that all of the current voters of the community agree with her.
I'm not sure how many people actually agree with her. I think there's some silent people
Well,
who may
what I'm
agree
saying
with
is
her.
who can change the Constitution?
Well, it's us, the people.
The voters.
Right.
Right. So there's a legal system for changing the Constitution. So her burden is to get enough people to agree with her in the voting booth.
Right.
Is that correct? Okay. So that's hurdle number one. Okay? Do you think she has a good shot at doing that, at achieving that? Achieving enough people to legally change the Constitution to exclude Carolinians as indigenous to the CNMI?
I don't think she stands a chance in hell.
Okay. So then, basta.
Thank you, Father.
Yeah.
Earlier, Father Arthur did, presented to us, what indigenous is. So I would like to ask that we, deal with that. We look at it, and we will never give up and say that we are not indigenous. We are indigenous, like I mentioned this morning. Chamorros and Carolinians here in the CNMI are indigenous. If someone has a different, opinion on that, that's their opinion. But I live here as an indigenous individual, so as the other Chamorros.
Well, let's put it this way, Malua. If the Chamorros are the indigenous people of the Marianas, it's because of a historical event, correct?
Yes.
It happened in history that a group of people, and what anthropology and genetic studies suggest is that it wasn't just one group of people took flight 100 to the Marianas and boom, that it was over several thousands of years that different waves of people, possibly, more than likely, with some differences between them, but somehow blended into what we call the pre-contact Chamorro people, right? So even, remember what I was saying in the presentation, this notion of purity is not really helpful because there's no such thing, as something pure. If you go back far enough, you can see that everything is almost a blending of different people, different strains. Okay. So the only reason why Chamorros are indigenous to the Marianas is because they got here. That's a historical event. Well, so did the Rifalawash. It's a historical event that the Spanish government that was calling the shots here in the Marianas said to different Rifalawash from different islands over different periods, you can go live in Saipan.
Polly, the only reason why I'm asking that question is I'm really going back to the other Polly's comment about it's, and also I believe Mr. Tebotep, when he got up there and he said, I'm confused. So I think the reason why the question has been asked is to make sure that there is a sensible response, because it's not whether the person is going to acquire enough people to change their mentality.
Yeah.
But I'm thinking that it's important that there is a sensible response with respect to such questioning. If our children are going to be asking us to speak Carolinian or Chamorro, but there is also that that genre of whether I'm indigenous or not.
Right.
And then if we're creating such statements in our community, the kids would then fall more towards feeling being ashamed, because somehow there is now some sort of rubbing of salt or something.
Well, as I said, you know, you are who you are and be proud of it, right? So you are a descendant of different peoples. You can do your family tree because the baptismal records are pretty much intact. And if I were a descendant of, from my mother's side, from Satawal, from my father's side, from Lamotrek, I would be proud of that. But those ancestors of mine moved here to Saipan, and for the last 120 years, whatever it is in your case, my family recognizes Saipan as their one and only home. They have paid their taxes here. They have donated to the church here. They have helped build this and helped build that and worked there. And they've contributed to this island. This is their home. But so I would not, if I were in your shoes, I would not consider myself Satawalis. I would consider myself Refalawash of Saipans, of Saipal, right? In the same way that on my Chamorro side, I can go all the way back to Sulawesi, in an island group in Indonesia. And I'm proud of that, and I'm proud of the connections I have, that I can go to Jakarta and go up and buy katupat without having to change my language. Because in my language, it's katupat too. But I would never consider myself Indonesian. But I'm proud of those roots and those links. I would, if I were Refalawash, probably have the same sentiments. I'd say, I'm a Refalawash from Saipal. My roots are Satawal and Lamotrek. I honor that. I celebrate that. But I'm from Saipan.
All right. Thank you very much, Jesus Masi. I went around to the 71 of you who are remaining here, and I asked if there's any more questions, and you don't have any. I just have a comment. Polly, everybody really appreciate it, and I think you've offered another reminder about really not making too much out of nothing. And I think if we are to look at that, my offering for this afternoon is, there is no, you mentioned it, there's no set standard, there's no set definition, there's no set boilerplate that we can base our topic on it, because really at the end of the day, it's an opinion, and we can never resolve opinions.
Can I just clarify?
Please.
I'm not advocating that there's no rules whatsoever. Okay? There has to be some agreement what a Chamorro is. There has to be some agreement. Otherwise, someone from, someone who's from Madagascar could claim to be Chamorro. You know what I'm saying? It has to stand for something. But what I'm also advocating is that we honor the variety within that. There is such a thing as a mango, but there are different varieties. But they're still mangoes, And it's the same thing with my community, the Chamorro community. There are varieties. Even here in Saipan, I can see differences among the Chamorros in Saipan depending on what village they're from. There's a little bit of difference. Right. And that's wonderful. God forbid that we all be the same in everything.
And I think, again, I just wanted to close my comment that you remind us that to the extent there is no authoritative no, the dictionary, there's how do we define?
Right.
Who is to say that this version of a Chamorro, by the way, it's not Chamorro, okay? Chamorro, okay? Basta isti Chamorro, Chamorro, right? And Rafaluash, who is to say that this is, I am the pure and you're not? And I think you remind us that, and I think also it's evidence that the world is at war because of opinions. No, I mean, look at the United States, for example. They make every bit of commotion out of really values that have been lost, that have been disconnected from the homes. They're so politically correct, culturally correct.
Yeah. So like on Guam, we have the thank you wars. You know about that? The thank you wars. One half says Siju's Maasi, the other half says Saina Maasi. Right? And everyone's arguing, right? And well, I prefer Siju's Maasi because if you say Saina Maasi, I'll ask Haji na Saina unsasangan. But I know I'm not going to stop them from saying Saina Maasi. The more I correct them, the more they're going to say Saina Maasi. So I say Siju's Maasi. And let them say what they want. I just don't see the point. State your case, defend your position, but don't try to control other people.
That's it. Great conclusion. Tafan arrispeta. No, tafan aepuk unos an otro. Tafan wentus. Di parata funyut za parata sakhodzi pata imuk tafan manokka mahituk kontrai tauto. No tafan wentus ta zotti huzung ta tasa huzung. No. Any other questions? Any comments? Congressman, any thoughts for today? Thank you, by the way. I just wish more of our legislators and policymakers and department secretaries are here, and teachers maybe, or parents. And that's another thing. I want to remind us that we keep singing the same chorus, and yet the people that we want to impact change with are really not here. I appreciate the First Lady reminding us parents. I wish there's more parents here. No, it begins at home, it must end at home. And you saw today the landscape. Those that sacrifice and do the work and exemplify and model at home, you see them today. Even though they're struggling, but you see the work and the investment at home. And another thing, basta man mafagaga zan para tahongi, and let's demystify and let's stop being ashamed of who we are. Ta Silelebra who we are. Speak it. Pali, I love that. Forget about dilitreha. Is it the A or the A, the U or the O? Speak it, karamba. Speak it. Okay, pues basta. Na para tigwailaji. No, let's not kid ourselves. You are proud of who you are. Damn it, demonstrate it. Show it. Speak it. Live it. Eat it. Cook it. Breathe it. Feel it. Think it. Touch it. Okay? And I'm not going to say anything. I'm proud of the kids who are here today. Lo, what good is it if we don't practice it? Basta naza man mafababa. Stop kidding yourselves. Okay? And I'm speaking as a father and a person who knows 5 languages. So do not be ashamed. Okay? Because we are Tsamoru, not Chamorro. And we are Refaluash, not Refaluash. Okay? Any comments? Any other comments? Esther?
It was really nice today, especially seeing where the kids are at and where we're at. And we're at number 3, right? We all agree on that. And so I hope that with the students that were here today, they will make an impact and a change for the future, because that's who they are. They are the future. And the parents too. And I'm one of those who did not teach my kids how to speak Chamorro, so Chamorro.
All right, that's a mother, and an auntie. Any other comments? We're gonna have, I guess, group discussion. So group number 1 and group number 2. Okay? We'll split it up. I guess, Asaina, this is 1, 2, 3, and then 1, 2, 3. Okay, do it per table. There you go. Do it per table. Okay, today we discussed leadership and culture, and Sipali and Father Ledger's keynote. Okay, can you just discuss amongst your tables some thoughts, okay? What are your thoughts? What else do you want to see in order to, I guess, implement or have new policies or ideas or programs done? What kind of programs you want us to explore, the leaders to fund, grants to write and to access in order to promote and sustain and awaken our language and cultural and traditions? No? One of the things actually that I was thinking is I'm going to explore using technology to preserve, promote, and practice our language and culture through music using apps, language using apps, and absolutely we can achieve that. So that's one thing I want us to maybe put out is check an investor and an emerging entrepreneur to explore and invest in using technology to promote our language and culture. So that's one idea. Please get together in their tables. If you can just come up with some ideas and policies and programs. We'll give you maybe 15 minutes. How's 15 minutes? Please. And then we'll collect your thoughts, or we'll have every table share in just a few minutes remaining for the rest of the day. Is that a plan? Is that a plan? Yes or no? All right. 15 minutes begins now. It's 2:40, so 2:55. We'll go around and have your thoughts shared. Have you share your thoughts and ideas. Okay, facilitators, can you go check your groups? Yes. Facilitators, please visit the tables. Yeah. Okay, Uncle Joe no Sanchez. Mailang doctors on impluzi tautautan ni zomus unido. Malafan on doctors at tamping. 15 minutes. What kinds of ideas, plans, programs, activities, okay, you want us to explore and maybe implement to help strengthen our language, cultures, and traditions in the home, in the community, using technology, okay? The schools, our villages. $14 more minutes. Facilitators, please check your respective tables. Facilitators, please, thank you.
7 minutes, 7 minutes. We're halfway mark. 7 minutes, unless you guys want to start in 5 minutes. Okay? Or your bus is here. Okay, you want to quickly share? Okay, you want to quickly share? The students, wait. Share real quickly.
No more foreign languages in our school system. Implement. And then require K to 12 Chamorro and Carolinian classes. Contests in schools and community. Teen Talk, show for indigenous language and culture. Miss, what else? Even down in the parentheses? Not only language in classrooms, but more of traditions and practices.
Instill pride.
Instill pride. Incorporate technology using apps, producing our own movies, cartoons, etc., teaching our practices and values. Do research. Thank you, thank you.
All right, that was John from Kagman High School. Go Azuzu. Awayu wayu. Thank you. Jesus Masi. All right. Thank you. Jesus Masi, Kagman High School. So you heard loud and clear comic books, cartoons, talk shows, competitions. Who's next? All right. Mr. Ada.
Mic check? Yeah.
An example would be from Hawaii. There's a PCC, Polynesian Cultural Center. Maybe we can have something like that here. Chamolinian Cultural Center, displaying the dance, arts, storytelling, or even just language centers. More libraries, books.
No, what do you mean that's it? That's very good ideas.
I think that we should continue having Chamorro language and Carolinian language taught in schools. My grandson's only 5 and he's learning to speak Chamorro now, where his mom didn't learn it. And so I think there was a big difference in that sense. Bye.
Okay, good. Guanabiyay.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Nathan Ada, and by show of hands, I want to know who here would like to make history. Yes, make history. Yes, that's where I'm gonna get. Don't worry. Okay. Only 2 people? Sorry. Okay, thank you guys. Thank you guys for participating. I personally believe that history was in the past. It could be years ago, it could be days ago, and it can be yesterday. If we start now preserving our culture, today will become yesterday, and that will become history. Though it's not documented, with the amount of people here, we can start something. You know, you always have to start off something small before you get into something big. So, thank you.
We start with baby steps, no? Miss Guerrero, any thoughts for today about what programs or activities that you will be exploring and implementing from the
Chamorro Language Heritage Studies Program. Ladies and germs, show your love for Mrs. Guerrero. Si Che.
Buenas and saludos para todos. Samza Pogo na Talawani. Ungan i programan CCLHS. Nisita be faz remind my na titsa moro ha na refalawas loki. CCLHS kumikilenya tomorrow Carolinian Language Heritage Studies. Sa Pogo na diya san maguvdo sa gwasya na famagun mausay lingwahe pro ma splikazi afat sinya tatsogi. What's our next step? Za tibe na ilaba mas megay sa agupa sempre man gay gami giulo zaben no ina afa sinya tatsogi za ni parata ajuda mu protehi zan mu na medgud esti ilengwahita ikuturata zan tamanu ni tajuda todo man hobin pago na tempo zan para izota future no generation ni proma praktika zan proma susteni zan afaiza talo na ta ma famta zan ma avansa i lingwahi i kultura eno amas Jesus masik
Panui Gunayzan Mizu pa si Senyora Mrs. Carol Peter Hosono.
Okay, right now, because of all the information we're taking in, this is not a traditional wham bam, thank you ma'am, where we go home and it's it. Today we want to make something of what we heard today. So those of you who still have time and want to be part of creating the changes that need to be done, we meet at the center of the room, sit down and we can discuss anything or everything that you've heard. Everyone will have a chance to share. You're gonna select a recorder. You don't need to report to everyone because it's just everyone who's still left behind. And then we're gonna record what you have shared because that was ultimately what we wanted the students to do, but they needed to leave early, okay? So those who still have time, we want substance out of this. Not just for us to go home and say, oh, Father Eric was so cool. He was cool, but you know, not just to say that. But please, is everyone in agreement? We need something in paper. We need something somewhere to go from here. NMC has been taking notes of all the panelists' presentations and questions that were able to come up. We've been collecting the group work, but now we need to get to work. So it won't stop here, right? So if those who are interested want to be a part of that, please go to the middle of the room, select one of the two tables and have a seat, and we'll organize you just discussing it.
Closing, decided by the committee, if there are still people around here, is 4 o'clock because of the fact that the goal is after what, going through today, we would like people that are interested to stay together in a group of whatever table they are in to discuss about what went on and come up with ways of, plan of action. Like I mentioned during the opening, that the goal is to come up with something, plan of action, and put it in the form of resolution and address it to the respective people or department or the legislature to address it. So we'll sit down and we'll say, Father Eric said this and that. We don't have that. So how do we address it? Who do we address it to? Do we give it to a PTSA? Or do we give it to bilingual program? Or do we give it to the legislature to legislate it? So the committee will put that together in the form of resolution, then we'll address it to the people affected or the one that has the authority to carry out our findings today and tomorrow. Am I talking English or tomorrow?
You will. Esta. Thank you very much. Before, just the last comments from our counterpart, the CCLHS, siluta hagata si Miss Patsy Kapilele.
Sorry,
Patsy Klein.
Lelos mamay.
Good afternoon. Buenos dias. I was so ready to, talk about the PSS, Cinema PSS, Carolinian Chamorro program, but yeah, we have to wait for the students because they need to hear what I have to say. Anyways, what have we been doing in the program? So there's a lot of good things that we've been doing. Is work, especially with I can talk a lot of the downs of the program that we have a shortage of teachers, and I wanted to challenge the students that were here today. If we need to what do you call this? Invest. We need to invest in them. We need teachers in the system. So, and again, teachers will be, the one teaching our kids. Of course, the language, our culture, it begins from the home. And, it trickles down to the schools. Now, some of the good things that we have been doing in the program is looking at our materials, looking at our materials and aligning them to our assessment and our orthographies. This was new in the last school year that we had students coming out to do a radio talk show at the Mariana Sagupa, and that was really good because, they're showcasing what they're learning in the classroom and bringing it out to the parents, to the public, so they come out and read or tell stories. They come out and sing on the radio, and we've been having a lot of good comments about it. One other project that we have been doing was the project Traditional Technology, where one of our grant writers, Mr. Bauric Welch, we were fortunate to get a grant from ANA, the Administration of Native American. So we got a grant for our students to come up with, so this is bringing in technology. They digitize interviews with the Manamkos or their elders in the family, and we were very fortunate to bring the kids down to Guam, again showcasing to not just our island but to other islands. Now, with the shortage of teachers, all the schools, all the 19 schools have Chamorro program, but we are very challenged with the Carolinian program. We only have like about 6 to 8 schools that are teaching the Carolinian program because of the shortage of teachers. And one of the sad things that happen in PSS is that the teachers, the indigenous teachers, they begin with teaching the program, and as they continue teaching and then going to school, getting their degrees, they're being transferred out to teach the other contents because the salary is even more attractive teaching the other contents. And so that is one of the things that I wanted to share with the teachers and everyone, that teachers feel that we are left behind a lot of times. We are left behind with funding, we are left behind with classrooms, we are left behind with teachers, we are left behind with salaries. So if you could, whoever's staying for as a planning group or some of the discussions that we need to tackle for tomorrow, then, those are some of the issues that I'm already sharing with you. Listo, and I'll share more tomorrow.
Iliso tumaha Patsy.
Afterday, tiro, quasi OJ kostu, ngang OJ kostu. I serve in a community capacity as the creative director of Simbidzan Manenata. It's primarily a performing arts organization. However, the whole mission of the organization is to, perpetuate traditional practices through performing arts. I'm glad to say that we've been in operation for 2 years, and for the last couple of years, we've been fruitful. We've had various students come in and out of our doors, all with a unique desire to learn about traditional practices, through dance, through song, through chant. Because from personal experience, growing up, there were 2 ways where I got involved in learning traditional cultures. 1, from watching people perform, and 2, from being scolded in Chamorro. So putting the 2 together, well, I don't scold the kids like we used to get scolded. That's you can't do that anymore in this society. But through those 2, giving directions in the language, showcasing dances from different time periods, we give our students an open idea, an open interpretation of traditional culture, and I've seen it very beneficial because the more students come in, the more, not just Chamorro children, we also got Refaloas children who want to learn a little bit more about, Chamorro culture. We got, Sri Lankan, Bangladeshi students. We've had a few Palawan students wanting to learn, so we've been pretty good with that, and so far the mission's been successful. I know definitely through continued support, via the performing arts, I know we can try to get traditional cultural practices strengthened, not just from the Chamorro side, but also from the Refaloa side. I know definitely this is another way of oral tradition. I know we can, from both angles, with the support of both the legislature, the Arts Council, saying this, kay gisi injo hokko gyuri jatane, to corporate support. I know definitely we can try to perpetuate traditional practices through this medium. So I know definitely we got music and arts coming tomorrow, and I hope that, through these mediums, what was discussed today, it can be used as a conduit to strengthening the practices and strengthening the customs, because that's exactly what we teach through not just the songs, not just the dances, but also with the way we interact with our students. We talk to them in Chamorro. We talk with them in Chamorro. We won't respond back to them until they reply back, until they ask us in Chamorro, and vice versa. So I know definitely, their support, through this medium, we can continue on traditional practices, along with other means of strengthening cultural ties. Sanamasi, olamay. Nasok ko na Speedy Gonzales. Oh.
All right, anything else? We're done? Okay. So, you guys are done with your ideas, reports? Not yet. Está, Munazan? Are we going to collect? What's your reports? Or your ideas? Index cards? Fa. Okay, sticky siesta pago. Okay, thank you. Later on, how's na nang kilis John, no? It's okay, Polly. Eric is still here. Okay, and anybody else? Shalane? Come on. Shalane is the special assistant for youth affairs. We'd like for you to share some stuff tomorrow. Shalane, talk to us. Kulang ihuro talo gini para restroom pong falago.
Hi, everybody, and good afternoon. I just found out about this symposium, and I am so glad and happy that I was able to join this occasion, as well as my staff also being here. And they also, with our office, one of the things we really handle is the youth centers, and we know that the culture is very important. But with me, I was raised with from my grandma, so I knew how to speak Chamorro when I was growing up. They taught me in elementary how to talk Chamorro. I knew days, weeks, months, sentences. I can ask to go to the restroom. But growing up, middle school, high school, it was like, you speak to me in Chamorro, or I speak to you in Chamorro, and you look at me like, because it's just so diverse. And even in our centers, we see that. We see a lot of Filipino kids coming to the centers. We see a very diverse, and it's very hard to reach in to the culture of Chamorro and Carolinian. And I'm so glad to see that these kids are able to come together, O Chamorro, O Carolinian, and say that we need to do this for our culture, because this symposium helped me understand that we have to also provide services. Like Miss Gloria Kaipet here, Auntie Glo, she speaks Carolinian and she can speak Chamorro too, and she's very diverse, so it also helps us, and we can, she speaks Chamorro and Carolinian also in the centers. And I know Miss Evelyn too, she also speaks Carolinian and Chamorro to the kids. And we hope that we can further provide sustainable, that's the hardest part, is sustainable if we have funding as well, so we're trying to tie it up to serve the kids. One of my passion is finding programs that would be able to sustain out of school time, because I know there's not much opportunities there for the kids when they get out of school, after school. I visited and spoke to some principals. There's shortage of teachers. So, there's a shortage of teachers, but we have a lot of parents, and it starts at home and it ends at home, and I love that, because it also impacts a lot in the community. I think if we can reach the parents and have them be a part of the community. One of my goals when I came was that Coblerville Youth Center and Gualra Youth Center, as well as Tonopag Youth Center, was the only youth centers open for the kids out of school time. And the hours of operation was Monday through Friday, 8:30 to 4:30, 7:30 to 4:30, regular office hours. What we had done is try and meet the kids after school time by extending it an hour late and offering to open on Saturdays, where they can come, and the centers provide supervised. So we recently opened CK Manhoben Center, and Evelyn Hermasilla is taking charge with that center. And what we have shared is that these kids in the beginning, they bully each other because that's what they've been doing out of school time. That's what they know. But they have found a connection with these kids. They know the kids, and now they're like, oh, I hear Evelyn, it's like, oh, these kids are very good kids. We recently almost decided to close CK Youth Center to make it as a substation for DPS to do our policing, so that DPS could help the community in CK because of the crime rates and the stealing and everything. Also, when we opened CK, it got robbed. That's a culture. That's a culture in the community that we have now, is stealing, robbery, and all these things. And that's a challenge I'm trying to figure out, and we're trying to also reach, is how do we keep these kids and help them grow not only with their culture, but what they know and what they learn at home. It's very hard, especially with parents who are working and get out at 4:30, or they work at night. They don't have funds to pay for daycare, or they don't have family members who can watch their kids. That's the reality that we are in, you know. I know this is a culture symposium, but these are the kids of tomorrow. These are the kids that we're trying to help. And you know, hopefully sooner or later we're working with San Antonio Youth Center, because even that, you know, the ICE rate, everything, repeated offenders, repeated juvenile offenders come from areas where we need to have, you know, actually community people be involved. So that's where I speak. I hope that parents as well as everybody else can come, but some parents are very busy trying to make a living for their kids, and it's hard for us. I know that's their responsibility as a parent, but as a community, I think that we have a strong role in making sure that the kids come if we can work together to provide out of school. Don't blame the parents too much, because sometimes the parents have so much, and especially if the poverty kids, they have a lot of, some people have a lot of kids, you know, that don't make enough money to provide for their children. And you know, some people might call it neglect, but some people might call it working so hard. And us, we're trying to find ways to provide activities. You know, it's really hard because the funding is really hard, but we've you know, worked with DYS and some other agencies, and it's slowly growing. But I think that if we continue to work together, I think it's gonna be there, and I'm not gonna give up, because like the kids said, it's important, and we need to be the leaders. I'm young, and I'm a young mother. My daughter has just turned 1 year old, and I hope that she can grow up in a neighborhood where she's not scared to go out of her house because of something that's happening in the community. I hope that more positive peer pressure, more recreational activities, and I hope that by reopening the youth centers and providing out-of-school time development, youth development, leadership skills, and things like that, you know, we can actually go somewhere and help these kids, including their culture.
Si Jesus Mausi, Ms. Chalaine Borja, Special Assistant to the Governor for Youth Affairs. All right, I guess we'll call it a day. Oh, okay, Miss Vivian P. Nogues.
Peter Nogues. I just want to share something that has been bothering me for years. I feel, you know, I've heard about how we need to practice our culture at home, how we need to speak our language. But the thing is, even if we speak our language at home, when we go out into the community, we feel that, you know, what we do at home is not accepted outside. So I wrote a diagram here. I wish I had a big chart. And I put down home, school, community, and government. So at home, we practice our culture, we speak our language. We go to school, we add value to the practice, and we emphasize what we practice. And then in the community has to come together to recognize and promote the practice. And then the government has to come out and support the practice by creating programs and giving money to the schools so that we can, you know, fund our bilingual programs. And we need to start promoting in our community, you know, change our custom, change our thinking about seeing problems, how we see problems. Because we are the kind of, I don't know, but I look at our Carolinian people, and they're the kinds that when they see problems, when they know that there's a problem, they dwell on the problem, and then, you know, they talk about it. All they say is, I heard that there's a problem here. But the thing that we don't do is find a solution to the problem and work on the solution. So we have to start teaching our community to be a solution-driven community. When you see a problem, get together like we used to do. Get together under the oath, talk about a problem, and find a solution to a problem. And another thing, we need to change our perception of politics and, not let it affect our family and our relationships. We have to make our people understand what democracy is and let them know that when politics come, it is your right to choose who you feel is going to lead you and serve your purpose. And if it fails, if your candidate fails, then what you do is accept it and then take your ideas to that person and work with them and see if they will be able to, help you with your ideas. And with the problem with, what I see with the teachers, the bilingual teachers, I feel that the qualifications, I guess, are too high. And when we work on this, we should understand that I think you cannot go and to a university and get a degree on Carolinian language or Chamorro language, so we have to be culturally sensitive when we make decisions. So our challenge today in the CNMI is that we want to be economically healthy, yet we did not integrate us into the change, and we're not culturally sensitive. So how do you expect the outsiders to embrace who we are when we ourselves cannot respect who we are and cannot respect you as a Carolinian and a Chamorro? Thank you.
Now that the comments are finished, those who still want to get together and share or just write down what you want in your group, if you're still here, please use that time to do so. We still have 45 minutes. The room is paid for. So
Jesus Mercy. We can go home now and rest up for tomorrow again. No, do we see you all tomorrow again? Hello, do we see you tomorrow? You can stay, but tomorrow is going to be a working afternoon after everyone leaves. I would like to ask people that can help sit around and come up with plan of action of all those concerns that you want the government to support, or private, or the community. And then we'll come up with a resolution and address it to, no? So thank you very much. If you were not here, it wouldn't have been successful. Without you here, I cannot do it by myself. I'll be talking and nobody's going to be here except this food. No, did you? I'm only talking to one table. I mean, the people from this table, but everyone is gone. But tomorrow, I'm going to ask people that would like to help put together a plan of action, put in your thoughts on how and who to best address the concerns are before we finalize the resolution on what are needed to be done after hearing today and tomorrow. So now you are excused to go home and rest up for tomorrow. You don't have to cook. Oh, yes, you do have to. Thank you very much. Thank you. And let's give ourselves a big round of applause. Yoo-hoo! Thank you, War Resort. I know you worked late last night and you came out early this morning. Thank you, James, NMC, PSS, and everyone. And thank you, Mr. Babauta. Let's give Mr. Babauta clip clap because he was having a hard time dealing about today and tomorrow. Hiliso Jesus Masi Balaya bo. Wanted to thank you, MCs. Kathy and John and Carol is going to be in tomorrow. I think John is still going to be here tomorrow too. And Joe Limis. And NMC group of note takers, please. Thank you. And the facilitators, thank you.